The first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, and it'll be led by Supervisor Rutherford. After the pledge, I ask that you please remain standing for a moment of silence in the honor of Sergeant Rick Duhant, a longtime sheriff's deputy that passed away last week.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the greatest nation on earth.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. First item on the agenda is oral communication. I do have a card that I'll ask those to come up first. Would be Beth Martinez and Phyllis Ashmead. If you please come forward, thank you, and the rest of you can line up. Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Beth Martinez. I am the Public Service Staff Officer here on the Stanislaus National Forest, here on behalf of Forest Supervisor Jeannie Higgins. With me today is Phyllis Ashmead, who is our Over Snow Travel Management Team Leader, and Phyllis is just going to share a little information with you at this point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we just wanted to let you all know that beginning June 26th, we'll begin our 45-day comment period for the OSV Over Snow Vehicle designation, and we're planning a series of open houses and a workshop during that open house, during the scoping period, during the comment period, and we're hoping that we get some snow so we can do some
That would be good,
OSV over snow activities.
Okay,
And
thank you.
just to add one other piece, we are already on the July 14th Natural Resources Committee agenda for more of a presentation for you folks, so we'll see you then.
All right, thank you very much.
And if you want, I have some contact information here if you're interested.
Okay,
should I leave it there?
give the clerk, it'd be
Okay.
great, thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Yes, sir.
Greetings to the board. My name is Paul McNall, child advocate. About 2 weeks ago, I was in juvenile court, and when the proceedings were over with, I addressed the court about CASA, and the judge acknowledged that he knows what child court-appointed special advocate means, which is great. It means we're on the road to getting them on our side. I hope that the board has been composing a letter to the juvenile court in support of CASA. And so the judge and I talked a little bit, and then he said, write me a letter. So I did write him a letter advocating for CASA and going into its attributes, et cetera, and hopefully I'll hear back from him. Today I'd like to talk about the spirit of law and confidentiality, as described in Section 300.2 of the Welfare and Institutions Code. Now, it is intended, I underscore intended, to protect the privacy rights of the child. That's what confidentiality is all about. That is their definition of what confidentiality means in the Welfare and Institutions Code. We got to think about that for a minute. You know, it doesn't, it's not a blanket confidentiality thing. It's only to protect the rights of the child, the privacy rights of the child. So anything else is fair game as long as the child is not identified, including transparency in child welfare services, which is really important because a lot of things go on there under the guise, the cloak of confidentiality that I don't agree with, and I'm sure the public wouldn't either if they knew about some of the things that I know about. The state covers itself with regards to 300.2 in 362.59 and 827, where the California State Department of Social Services can investigate, and when they do, that has to be done is that the identity of the child be blacked out so that the inspectors, sheriff's department, whoever's investigating, they're not biased by the child's identity or anything like that, and they don't have to keep it secret because it's already blacked out. They can look at the case objectively, which is a really good thing, and that's how the state covers their hind end. The county can also do that, and I'll bet the county has in Leah's case, at least with the pictures. Those pictures couldn't be had any other way but the real deal, and all they had to do was not identify where the pictures came from. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good morning. Lynn McCormick, Youth Literacy and Outreach Librarian at Tuolumne County Library. I am here today to invite all of our youth to be a hero at the Tuolumne County Library. All of our branches are kicking off our summer reading program, and today at Sonora in about an hour and a half, we will actually be having our annual Fun in the Sun to kick off the whole program throughout the summer. We will be having programs every Thursday at Sonora, Maine. Groveland will have programs on Tuesdays from 3 to 5. Tuolumne City will have them also on Tuesdays. Twain Harte will be offering special programs on Wednesdays. We hope that all the children throughout the county continue to read, and this is our effort to encourage them to read over the summer through reading programs where they can earn additional books for home libraries or take part in the 5-book challenge, which will help them possibly earn or win tickets for bikes or, Amazon gift cards or movie passes. We also are offering this year, in collaboration with the ATCA, a summer food program where children ages 1 through 18 are able to receive a free lunch from 12 to 1 at the Sonora, Maine Library. We are also partnering with the rec department, so children in Groveland, Tuolumne City, and Jamestown have an opportunity at the youth centers to also receive a free lunch from 12 to 1. We will also have snacks from 3 to 3:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Gray, members of the board, Doug Oliver, Chief Building Official, with a brief public service announcement. As your board is aware, one of the Building and Safety Division's policies has been to do our level best to inform the builders of the community of new code development and inspection practices in order to facilitate construction. It's our goal to be educators first rather than enforcers or regulators first. In that vein, we have been offering regular public service in the form of inspection training. Triannually, every 3 years as the code changes, we've been providing free public training to update everyone on the new codes and any new changes coming from the state. However, with the improvement in the economy, the upswing in construction, we're finding that a lot of contractors that are going back to work haven't had the advantage of the training we've been offering, and so what we are now offering is ongoing is public service training for our inspection processes. So I do have flyers posted in the back. It is labeled Building Inspections, What You Need to Know Before You Call. And the intent is not just to give the code sections and what we're required to enforce, but instead let the builders know when you call for this type of inspection, this is what you can expect to receive from our division. This is this is what we look for to ensure the codes are being met, and what you can do to facilitate a smooth inspection, what to provide, how to, when to show up, when is it ready to call for inspection, that sort of thing. I want to remind the public that our next meeting is tonight It's at 3:30, and it's at the A&F building, or sorry, not A&F, it's the Ambulance and Fire Administration building located at 18440 Stryker Court, Sonora. Our next inspection that we'll be discussing is the frame inspection. So if you would like to know what the process is for getting that ready to insulate and button up, feel free to come down. We do have cookies. Anybody who likes it, please show up. Okay, and as we gain momentum on this, if we have the interest, we would like to start providing a repeat of this training in Groveland, so that we get the Groveland guys if they don't have the time to drive down. Any questions?
The time again for that tonight's?
It's 3:30 this afternoon.
3:30. Okay. Thank you.
Runs till 6. Stryker Court. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Sheriff.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I just want to say thank you publicly for having that moment of silence for Sergeant DeHaan. Rick was a very good friend. He was a great friend. He was a great county employee. The things about Rick were that he was an honest, loyal man. And as a friend, you can't ask for anything more in a person of loyalty and honesty. And so I appreciate the moment of silence. I also would just like to remind you or inform you that there will be a celebration at the Posse Ground at 2 o'clock on Saturday for Rick. His family had their service yesterday, and it was a family service, but this will be open to the public. And so inviting you and all the county employees and talking with Rachel, that's one of the things that she had asked is that all those that knew Rick would please come to that. So again, thank you so much. It means a lot what you did. I truly am very grateful for what you did. So thank you for the whole board for doing that. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, Jim, what time was that at the Posse Grounds? 2. Thank you. Good man. For a USC grad, too.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing no one, will the clerk please read the consent calendar, and then after that we'll do the 9 o'clock appointments.
Minutes of the meeting held June 2nd, 2015. Finding that a summary of ordinance number 3276 and 3277 were published. Approving the First Amendment to the Essential Services Agreement with the City and County of San Francisco related to municipal services provided to Hetch Hetchy Water and Power. Approving the Youth Housing Agreement with Yuba, Sutter, Colusa counties to replace Tuolumne County's court wards in the Maxine Singer Youth Guidance Center program. And designating civil engineer David Ruby as the liaison officer for the county, for Tuolumne County Community Resource Agency Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program.
Okay. Any public comment on the consent calendar? Looking for a motion to approve.
I'll move on the consent calendar.
First and second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Will the clerk please read our first 9 a.m. appointment?
Consideration of adopting the recommended Tuolumne County budget for fiscal year 2015 through 2016.
Mr. Pedro.
Okay, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, it's that time of year to consider your recommended budget for the coming fiscal year. I just want to remind the board and the public that by design we do this in two major steps. One is the adoption of a recommended budget in June, and then we do a final budget. Typically, it's been as late as August, depending upon where the state's at, but more typically, in October. It's been as late as October, but it's more typically done in August or September. This year, we're planning to come back and have a budget hearing on August 18, and then adopt the budget sometime thereafter, the final budget. As you know, this is a long process. It's developed over time to where now we do multi-year forecasts as a regular part of our budget process. not just looking at the year to come, but also the coming 5 years, so that future forecasts can inform, shape the decisions on the coming year's budget. We do early policy direction discussions with the board on how staff should go about in developing the recommended budget. We confirm that direction and in-process presentations to the board to make sure that we're on target. And then, what we've done in recent years is to actually try to take our major personnel actions in the recommended budget to the extent that we've had a lot of reductions during the Great Recession era. We didn't want to be spending money that we don't have. So that's kind of the process that has evolved. I don't want to rehash things that you have traveled through over the last several months, but the first several pages of your budget memo talks about in January the first review of a baseline multi-year forecast. Talks about the board retreat that we had, where we talked about the priorities for the coming 17 months, with some exchange between department heads and the board on things that were most important in the coming year. We revisited the multi-year in early February, and then again in mid-March, making some fairly significant changes as we've gone along, especially as it relates to personnel and PERS cost. If you remember, particularly road funding. I don't want to take what could be an okay day and put a big old rain cloud over the top of it, but looking into the next year, 16-17, we've got things put together this year to keep our road program moving forward pretty much as it has been. But looking beyond that, we will have exhausted fund balance and other sources. We're going to be short about $700,000 in ongoing revenues, and that's because of the reduction in our highway user tax money coming from the state. We're okay for 15-16, the way we put this together, but looking beyond that, we've got some trouble coming down the road, no pun intended, there. If you look at that March, I did want to point out, if you look at that March 17 section of the report, it gave you a forecast that shows that actually next fiscal year is going to be potentially a greater challenge than this fiscal year. Part of that has to do with roads. Part of it has to do with also we'll be bringing on the full year operation of the juvenile facility. So that's part of what you see there. So it's just a word of, be thinking about that as we do whatever we do in the 15-16 budget. One thing I didn't list here, but I should have, on May 5th, very importantly, your board did also approve a jail funding plan, which has become an integral part of this budget. That's the first time we've actually put into our capital budget part of the jail development, specifically the design services for that. And that's based on the direction given at that May 5th meeting. That's very significant. Again, that shapes this budget a lot, along with bringing juvenile, on board. May 19 is when we're able to come and give the board an update on, how did the budget look based on unconstrained requests. Again, from departments, we were looking at a $4.7 million problem in the general fund. We had trimmed it down to about $1.9 million. We asked staff to go back and try to trim that further. And that leads us to the June 2nd presentation, where I was still coming to you with about a $1.3 million problem in the general fund. All the other funds have been pretty much taken care of, balanced, pretty much status quo operations without any major changes, but we're still about $1.3 million short in the general fund. Gave you a variety of options of how you'd like me to go about balancing that off for the recommended budget, and the direction I received was to increase the beginning fund balance by $590,000 based on our history, reduce transfers out by a couple $100,000, and reduce our contingencies by roughly $500,000, with the intention to come back in the final budget hearing, reduce that dependence on one-time funding, and to put back our contingencies up to the $1 million level. This budget it's interesting, and it's going to be this way for a few years. It's going to go up and it's going to go down. And it's mainly because of these capital projects. These large capital projects have a major impact. But you'll notice on the bottom of page 3 that our general fund budget is actually slated out in this recommended budget to go down by approximately $1 million compared to our adopted budget of last year. I make a note that there's a lot of things that go on that make the numbers go up and they go down, but one of the big things reasons why this is going down, it's the way that the money from the state that goes into our social services, health, and behavioral health funds, it's changing. A good portion of it used to come to us through vehicle license fine money, and then it comes into the general fund and we have to transfer that out dollar for dollar. Well, a lot of that has been changing in recent years, and this year it's to the tune of about a $2 million change, reduction. That money's going directly to the departments rather than through the general fund. So I just want to say, so why is it, that's going down? That's the primary reason why that cost is going down. Your governmental funds in total are going to reduce by about $16.6 million. Again, the big reason for that is your capital projects. In the 14-15 budget, we have about $16.8 million primarily for the construction of juvenile detention. That was all, those contracts were all awarded this year. With the funding, again, primarily funded by the state, was in the 14-15 budget. There are some other law and justice projects in there. But next year, instead of so much for the juvenile facility, we'll be only spending about $8 million for all law and justice projects put together. So a big reduction in your capital, your county capital budget, and also in roads. Of course, that goes up and down every year. But a very significant project was completed this year in roads, and that was the $3.3 million Mona Way widening, which is not being repeated next year. So capital is really a big reason why the reduction next year. But like when we start bringing on the construction of the jail, it's going to go significantly higher. When that's been awarded and done, the following year you're going to see a big reduction. So just be forewarned, we're going to see some ups and downs with these large capital projects. And then internal service funds, about a $1.5 million increase. Again, a combination of things. Some of it relates to health insurance costs and a planned replacement of our phone system in the county. But overall, the budget's going to, based on this budget before you, our overall budget will go down by $16.1 million. We're also calling for a $16.5 million position gain. 3 positions were approved in the middle of the fiscal year, 2 for the Assessor State Partnership Program, and 1 was for the Community Resource Agency, and I believe that one was to support inspection at the juvenile facility. And then 13.5 are new changes. 11 of those FTE increases was related to the juvenile detention facility, with most of those coming on, all of those coming on late in next fiscal year. The sheriff has a reorganization, cost-neutral reorganization, a 2.5 FTE increase, no real FTE change, but a cost-neutral upgrade in an investigator position in the DA's office. 2 FTE decrease for cost savings in social services, a 2 FTE increase, 100% revenue offset in behavioral health, and all the detail related to those positions are in the supporting documents. Also provided is the list of high priority positions that your board is going to be looking at. That's contained in the document, as well. You have also your information technology project lists and all of your different capital lists. Road construction, airport construction, and county capital are also provided. Fund contingencies. We always talk about the contingencies in the general fund. Thought it would be good to list the contingencies that we have in all of our different funds. So you can see about $2.4 million in total. With a lot of it in health, mental health, and social services, a fair amount in ambulance, and then a minimal contingency in general fund of about $471,000. One thing that has been very helpful for this county through the Great Recession era in particular was having a strict discipline of not spending more money than we take in, matching ongoing expenses with ongoing revenues. So always report to the board how much one-time dollars are being used to support, where are the one-time dollars in our budget going. Our projected beginning fund balance for next year is going to be just shy of $3.2 million. Approximately $2 million of that is going to support our contingencies and funding for the new jail. And then $1.2 million is really just going to things that are considered ongoing expenses. We have regular needs in our capital areas to keep up with basic major maintenance of our facilities and just general operations of the county. That $1.2 million is the most that we have dependent upon one-time funding in several years. I do want to say in years past when the economy was really moving and growing, we weren't concerned about if we had that much one-time money supporting operations. We weren't too concerned about it because the economy was really moving and kicking, and we were seeing large increases in our general revenues from year to year. That's not the environment that we're in today. So with that in mind, that's part of the reason why when we talked on June 2nd, I suggested and the board agreed that we should look at reducing our dependence on one-time funding as we move into the final budget hearing. I threw out a suggestion, it's a policy from the past, that we would not allow ongoing expenses to be supported by one-time funding greater than 1% of our general fund budget, which would be about $590,000. And that would suggest that we would need to reduce that dependence on one-time funding by a little over $618,000. On the final page of the memo, it kind of outlines things that I heard the board saying that they would like to visit in the final budget hearing. I thought what I would do that I hope would be helpful, I did provide the board with a summary of what I understand the objectives and what some options are to achieve balance and some other related tasks. And I would like to just talk about those because this is important. I want to make sure that I'm right in sync with the board as if we do indeed adopt this budget, recommended budget today, that I understand what your objectives are going into the final budget hearing. First is just that, to reduce our general fund's dependence on one-time funding by at least that $618,000. I think we can get that done, and hopefully we can get that done without minimal impact, on the departments, but we do need time to do it. I've also heard clearly from the board that you want to create capacity, if possible, to fund up to 5 high-priority positions that we haven't already addressed in our discussions, and those total for full-year cost about $407,000 a year. Something that was raised at our last discussion with regard to high priority things was having support to address natural resource issues that are coming up, such as the new forest plan. There's been ongoing discussions about needing maybe additional support in water issues and so forth. So I've just put, for discussion purposes in here, a $100,000 allowance for consulting support, because I don't think there's one person walking the planet that can be all those things, be a forestry expert, a water expert, a biologist, there's different types of biology experts. So I'm just putting that in there as a placekeeper. There's been discussion about could we reverse or should we reverse the Columbia Airport transfer to the Pine Mountain Lake Airport and use general fund dollars instead, and that would be about $37,000 to reverse that action. So I've put that on the list of things to look to do. Identify one-time sources to fund the restoration of our general fund contingencies. That would be about $528,000. And I would just remind the board that if we can indeed come up with a plan to reduce our dependence on one-time funding by the $618, there's your money to put your contingencies back, right then and there. So if we can achieve the first goal, we'll have enough money to restore those contingencies using one-time money. The new jail, Any one-time sources that we can identify should be used to minimize borrowing and reduce ongoing debt service for the new jail, consistent with your jail funding plan. The question is this more important than the new jail? Any one-time source, we should be asking that question, or competing one-time project. There's some community organization requests that had not been put into this budget at this point because they didn't have an ongoing track record with the board yet. One was the Mudload Fair with a request of $14,000. Another was the Arts Alliance, $60,000 request. And the County Museum, the folks that volunteer to run our county museum will be putting in a request. Usually those come in at about $5,000 just for some additional part-time staff to help them do the good work they do down there. Animal control, we talked about a generator for the shelter. So you wanted that to be considered, as well. So I'm just putting it there as a checklist item. And then it's also been put on the table, should we reverse the Columbia Airport transfer to the Airport Construction Fund, where this budget now contains a $65,000 transfer from the Columbia Airport Enterprise Fund to the Airport Construction Fund to help provide the match, for a lot of good stuff we want to have happen in our Airport Construction Fund. Instead, should we be putting that money, leaving that money in Columbia Airport and putting additional general fund money in there? So that's on the list. And the one thing, as I sent this out, I wanted to bring the board back, remind them of one thing, because I had to remind myself. One of the important takeaways from the planning retreat, when you heard from all your department heads, I know the board commented then and commented when we did some of our multi-year discussions, was that there was a renewed awareness of just how tightly staffed and tightly constructed, our department budgets are. And at that point, my sense from the board is that there was not a lot of interest in reducing staff any further in our existing budgets. And so if I were to add one more thing there, and then you can correct me if I'm wrong, I had a sense from the board that there was not a lot of interest in going back and making any wholesale reductions in existing staff in our already tightly structured departments. So I put that in there because this is important for me to keep in mind, if you agree with that as a general rule, as I start looking at what am I trying to achieve between now and bringing you options, what am I trying to achieve between now and the final budget hearing, and that'd be an important one to hear back from the board on. And then just to wrap up, I've listed out some of the steps that I will be following to try to achieve balance or offer your board options to balance. Those range from just working in our final fund balances, looking for any possible adjustments in revenues and expenses, incorporating any news from the state budget. And there are some small things that could help in the general fund. I think it has greater potential to help in the Human Service Agency realm. And incorporate those things. If there's any other grants or other one-time funding things such as MyAcor, AB 109, there's a SAFER grant that we put in for support of the Jamestown Fire Station. Those are all could be good things that we could build into the budget. Something I just want to mention again, because it was helpful as we worked between May and the early June presentation on the budget, is continuing to explore our county trust funds for possible one-time and ongoing uses. Again, the auditor control has been very helpful in going through that with me. Several of the departments, from the sheriff and the DA, CRA, Community Resource Agency, I think probation and others, we did build in some of those trust fund monies into some of those budgets. And that was very helpful, but I think there's more work that we can and should do in that area to just try and discover some alternatives, again, for one-time and ongoing uses there. I think I'll just skip down. There's a number of things here, but near the end, there's a couple. These last three bullets are particularly important. if looking at revenue opportunities, efficiencies in departments, looking for, revenues from grants, state budget, all those kinds of things, don't get us to our goals, our objectives. There are other things that I can and I will look at as alternatives for the board to consider. One would be to develop across scenarios for proportionate across-the-board cuts in conjunction with some of those other alternatives. And I want to be clear on this. I've attached an example of something we've used from a past year. I'm not proposing that we do that, but it gives you an example of something that we have done in past years. If we do need to make significant cuts and we can't find it by being strategic and targeted, with it, there's a mechanism that we've used in the past that gives deference to your highest priority areas, public safety, roads, and revenue-generating departments. But that's something we can go to. It's not very elegant, it's not very thoughtful, but it's a way to get there. Something I know that Supervisor Rotifer in particular has really championed the idea of. Could I come back with decision packages, or what we've discussed as decision packages? Maybe there are some revenue options, ways to increase existing or tap new or unused revenues that the board could consider to apply to add priority items back. The board could use to put things back. I don't have any magic up my sleeve on these. It may be as simple as re-looking at some of our general revenues and being a little more optimistic than what the revenue team and I have already been in here. And I'm sure this board would not get crazy with that, but maybe you'd have a little more optimism in some of those areas. We could also consider alternate uses, again, of trust funds and things like that. In the area of expense decision packages, we could offer some targeted cuts in some areas in order to help fund other priorities that that you consider to be priorities. And there's no magic to that. I just give a list of some things here. We could look at things such as overtime, as we have in the past. We could look at non-reimbursed and non-required training. As I say that, I know the board is big on training, especially with the new generation of leaders coming and succession planning and that kind of thing, but we can look at those if you'd like. I can offer you a list of potential fixed assets, which are pretty thin in this budget as it is. I can give you some specific capital projects that you might want to consider to trade off, some for others. Also, potentially, this is where it gets a little more difficult. Trading off positions. Maybe we do some trade-off of cut positions here in order to add positions in other areas of the budget. So those are things that I would look at just to give you alternatives. And again, that's why, especially when I start talking about positions and things like that, that goes back to my sense of where you were after the retreat and in the multi-year discussions, that you may not want me to look there. And please share that with me now if you feel that strongly, or maybe say, Craig, just go ahead and come up with some alternatives and we'll decide, in the hearing. Either way is fine. There's some other things in here that I've listed that I'll have to do, that if we can't, for example, find funding for one of the high priority positions, which is an IT analyst, we'll need to revisit our technology list for next year and reduce what can be accomplished without that new analyst. That's fine. If that's just how the budget comes together. One thing in looking at the budget through no fault, and I'll say it a second time, through no fault of the sheriff, in the narcotics task force arena, when we started that whole effort, that was funded 100% by state and federal funds. Not all the effort, but a lot of the effort is related to state and federal lands. And to the extent it's happening up in those areas, why shouldn't the state and federal government be footing their proportionate share of those activities? What we continue to see has just been a reduction over time of the money that the state and federal governments put into those activities. And what that is doing is it's putting a greater burden on the general fund of the county to continue those efforts. And the sheriff has been constraining that, but still that net cost, that dependence on general fund money, continues to go up. So I propose in here that we prepare an amendment to our legislative platform, asking them to, put that money back and sustain it, moving forward. Easier said than done, but I'm sure we're not the only county in the state, that's experiencing, this. We'll continue to pursue opportunities to help fund the jail in order to reduce any potential borrowing and related debt service. And I've listed a few items there where we could do that. Something that's been a good catch by the auditor controller. I want to give Debbie a shout out on this, where talking with peers, there's a way that using a sales tax agreement form on any capital project over $500,000, as I understand the general rule, we can make sure that we capture as much sales tax. When people come into construction projects in our county, we can capture the sales tax related to that. And I know County Counsel's office has been working on that, as well. And then something it's not going to affect the content of what we do, but it'll provide better information for the board and the public moving forward. Something I told the board we would work on. Just didn't have enough time to get ready for this document. But I included some new department summary budget sheets that we'd like to do in the future. That's something I talked to the board about doing. And I just gave you a sample of what these things would look like from different departments. And I think it'll be great in the long run as we implement this, make it part of our regular budget process, where it'll give people an idea of how departments are organized, what their mission and services are, what their budget looks like at a glance, some of their major objectives, accomplishments, and performance measures. So those are things that we'd like to build into our system. So with that, I'm sure there's questions that the board, perhaps the public and departments might have. But when we're done, the action I'm looking for, barring changes from the board, would be for the board to adopt the 15-16 recommended budget as presented, including approving all associated staffing changes, including there's one new class spec specification that needs to be approved, authority to proceed with recruitment and hiring those new positions, and those new positions are all cost neutral. I want to emphasize that, otherwise I wouldn't be making that recommendation right now. And the issuance of one layoff notice, and it's mentioned in the report, the one person that would receive a layoff notice can pursue a new position being created within the Sheriff's Department. And then authorizing staff to proceed with capital projects prior to the final budget hearing. And to be clear, that's the capital projects in your capital budget, county capital budget, road construction fund, and airport construction fund. I am not asking for approval on fixed assets at this time. Also approving your 15-16 Information Technology Steering Board project list, but only authorizing staff to proceed with the fiscal 14-15 carryover projects until we can have a discussion in the final budget hearing on what changes we may want to make to that list. So just let them continue making progress, but only of those that the board has already endorsed. So with that, I will shut down and answer any questions the board may have.
Supervisor Rutherford, you have a question?
I've just got some comments. First of all, a positive comment. I already thanked Craig privately, but I want to thank him again publicly. Getting this material to us early was a huge help. I was actually able to get through it about 3 or 4 times. My comments basically, first of all, I want to talk a little bit about our airports. And you hit it, Craig, right on reverse the Columbia airport transfer. I think it's, I'm sorry, not reverse the transfer to PML from Columbia. If I'm a rent payer at Columbia, I'm really offended that my rent money is going to Pine Mountain Lake. The Columbia money ought to stay at Columbia, and if we need to support Pine Mountain Lake, I think we need to support Pine Mountain Lake out of the general fund. But I have to caveat that. I want to see a 2 to 3 year program out of many that gets us to self-sufficiency at Pine Mountain Lake. In the interim, I would like to see us support Pine Mountain Lake on the process to getting there, not with revenue that's made at Columbia. Columbia has, as does Pine Mountain Lake, enough of deferred maintenance that they're going to be digging for a while to get back to level ground. So, and I would like to do that now, not wait till September. It's $36,531. It's a small amount of money, but it's important from two respects. One is we send the right signal to the tenants at Columbia, and two, we also draw a line in the sand, if you will, with the people up in Pine Mountain Lake that there's going to be a process, and I've already talked to Benny, and I think getting a 2 to 3 year plan is not a huge leap to get them to level. Obviously, getting the through the fence waiver from the FAA is a key to that, a key first step, but it's not the only step. So I really think that we need to make a statement now that that's what our objective is, and so I would like us to consider as a board reversing that now, not waiting until August. The second thing is I do really strongly support the consulting support that you talked about in natural resources and water resources. I'm okay with waiting to August to figure that out, but I want there to be a definite option for us to consider to include that in the August. The other thing on your memo, and by the way, thank you for that memo. It's a very useful tool. The community organization requests, I don't even want us to consider until we get the jail built. I don't want us to even consider any increases year to year on any of those requests. So if they come in wanting more money than they got last year, my personal answer is no, unless there's some specific catastrophic result if we don't fund them. Okay, I mean, we need to be, as you have said many times, we need to be putting as much of our money to that jail effort as possible. In terms of the high priority restorations, I really think that we need, and I would recommend that you work with our auditor controller to figure out how to do it. But we need to fund that election supervisor now for starting the last quarter of the calendar year, so that we can get that person on board and up to speed for the coming election. Otherwise, we got to delay for 2 years getting that position filled, and that's a key transition, I think. And it's a unique situation because elections only come every now and then. And then, obviously, we can talk about the priorities for the other high priority restorations. But those are my comments, and I'll stop there.
Any other comments at this time? Okay, public comment. Anyone please come forward if you have anything to say. And I do have a few things to say also.
Hi. Hi, my name is Debbie Batista. I'm the county clerk and auditor controller, and part of the county clerk's portion is that I am the register of voters. What I'm requesting from this board is to put back the election supervisor in the recommended budget. There's lots of reasons to do that. One of the main reasons is that this is a pivoted year for elections. We have a new Secretary of State, and he plans to do a lot of changes in how elections are going to be operated at the county level. Elections is one of the, what would be a nice word? There is a lot more control at the state level on how elections are operated than any other function that the county does. In most of the other functions, we're giving guidelines and we can do what we want. In elections, there is a lot of shalls. You shall do this, you shall move things out, or you shall mail things out. What he is looking at is almost going, but not calling it, an all-mail election, doing away with precincts. I think that will take a couple years, but he has a bill in that he wants to have us send out to every single voter a mail ballot, which is going to cause lots of confusion at the precincts. The other thing that's going on is that we will have a statewide database. For Tuolumne County, we will go live February of 16 to that database. There's things that we need to prepare once we get the server up and running so we can run the program on it. There's also a likelihood that I won't rerun. I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but there has to be some succession planning. Also, when the assistant clerk was laid off in 2010, it was never to be permanent. There isn't a county that has only one elected full-time equivalent in the whole state of California. We have almost 30,000 voters in Tuolumne County, more voters than Mariposa, more voters than Calaveras, and yet I have 2 to 3 less employees because I use my auditor staff. I use great volunteers. Thank you, all the volunteers. I have some volunteers that work 100 to 200 hours during the election season. I'm not sure that that's going to continue, and certainly with any major changes that the state puts upon us, that may not be an alternative. If we really do need to staff 3 different centers in the county for 10 days, I will need at least 2 individuals at those centers. So all of this is in the works, and so I'm asking to put this position back. But because I also think that you should have a solution, I have the solution for you. When I was in Maui on my vacation, and by the way, Maui is a wonderful place to go for 9 days, I received an email from the state of California saying that the money that I was requesting to figure out when it was going to come in, and by the way, it came in yesterday, which was my 2006 money, that there's additional monies that we're going to have. When we ran a hospital, there was lots of different funding sources, and it would take multiple years for the state to do the final reconciliations because you're in pools. And one of the pools that we were in is the safety net care pool. When we closed down the hospital completely, Mr. Pedro and I had conversations of how we wanted to keep things on the books. We did not book any of the receivables because if we had receivables and we had money coming in, that would be great and we would bring it into the year that it came in. And as you can tell, we're talking about 2007 and it is 2015. Then that year would have that money come in and everything flows through the auditor's office. But I didn't want to book receivables because if the state came back and after the audit said, oh no, you're not going to get that money and you are going to owe us money, which has happened in the past, it was going to hit my budget and I wasn't willing to take those kind of hits. And I'm very conservative. So what we did when we closed down the hospital and we brought everything over into the general fund and into my department, we only booked the liabilities. And right now, in the general fund, and we have been carrying it since 2009, we have a liability of about $80,000. And instead, we are getting letters from, or we got this email from the state that they believe for 2007 that there is about $545,000 between the safety net care pool and the disproportionate share hospital that we will have once they finish their final audits. And that's doing all of the hospitals and not just ours. Ours has been audited for a while. I'm only comfortable in using my numbers. So in our numbers, if you look at the very first page that I gave you, in our numbers, we believe that for 2007, we should have received $493,000, which we received $369,195, which gives us a balance due of $123,805. So what I'm asking you to do is recognize $76,349 of that $124-ish thousand, restate or put back in the election supervisor so that I can start sleeping at night and that we can start dealing with the state and start having this person when this is being set up that they come in right around October 1st. I realize that this is one-time money, but what my argument to you is, and if you look at the last little column that I gave you, is that in the 15-16 budget, there is material savings in the auditor's office because I have 3 staff members, 2 of which are going to retire, and unfortunately we lost one through death, but she was going to retire anyway. And there were ongoing savings in 15-16, and I projected for you the ongoing savings in 16-17 and 17-18 of those 3 positions, and I was pretty conservative, assuming that they all were classic employees and not tier 3 employees, and a large portion of that money is saved into the auditor's office. So I'm trying to explain to you that there is kind of a switch. The other thing that's going to happen over the next couple of years, of which we don't know what the number is, but I will know, and Craig alluded to it, is that what we have decided to do this year is that we have given notice to the general contractor, thanks with Chris in County Council too, that we will do direct sales tax assessment. So in other words, all of the building that occurs at the Juvenile Justice Center, Juvenile Hall, and when we get into the jail, that the contractors will not bill us, nor will they pay sales tax. They will give me the invoices, and my office will direct assess ourselves. We are using the address of the Law and Justice Center, so the 1% that goes to the jurisdiction will come to Tuolumne County, and we will have a lot of additional sales tax money. And on the 23rd, I should know what that number is. And so that's why there's a question mark down there. All of that work is going to have to be performed by my office, so we should get a little bit of the credit of it. I have no idea of a $16.3 million project, how much of it's materials, because I am not mechanically inclined, but I would assume that number is going to be a fairly decent number that will come to Tuolumne County. The contractor is out of Lodi, so the majority of the sales tax probably would have gone to San Joaquin County. But because of how we can do this, I've already talked to the State Board of Equalization. I've already filled out the forms. I've already applied for it, and we've already put the contractor on notice, had one phone conversation with them, and we'll have probably a face-to-face soon, so that we put all the steps into place. But that, for the next couple of years, and over all of the projects that we're dealing with at the Law and Justice, should generate some sales tax money to Tuolumne County that we would not have gotten. So I respectfully request that you guys increase the revenue in the auditor's office by the $76,000 and increase all of the salaries and wages in the elections office, and let me hire my new election supervisor. Any questions?
Yes, on the accounting portion of it, you're going to take all of this in-house. Do you have any idea what it's going to cost you to keep track of all of that?
Are we talking the sales tax?
Sales tax, yes.
How we're going to work it out, it's not going to cost us any money because I already have staff. And so basically what's going to happen is that the contractor will give us a copy of his monthly bill, and his monthly bill has to be broken out between materials and labor. We will take that bill, we will take the material side of it, we will pay the 7.5% to the State Board of Equalization, we will keep track of all of that, and then the State Board of Equalization will turn around and give us the 1% back.
I understand that, but it seems like there is a cost, even though you have staff there. I'm sure they're not twiddling their thumbs. I'm sure you have.
No, absolutely. There will be
working.
time that there will have to be time from staff that's going to have to do it. But it's, we had the rim fire and we were able to manage all of that. So we'll manage this too.
Okay. Supervisor Handel.
Debbie, you got me a little confused in the beginning when you said money came in yesterday. What money came in yesterday?
Money, the $55,000, if you look at the very beginning of the email, we were asking, where's the money you told us about last year? That's what started this. That money came in yesterday, but we had already booked that for 14-15. And the other thing that should be noted here, and I'm about 85% confidence in the state's numbers, but I really would like to see the reconciliation that they do, is if we get all this money, I'm only using the number that I'm comfortable with. There will be about $470,000 that will come in next month. And none of that is budgeted in 15-16. So that could fill your hole for contingencies. That could help out with capital. I mean, that's going to be just another source of revenue that could ease some of the pain. I only want 76 of it. I want 76 of almost $5.5 million or $5,500.
76 of 5,500.
Mm-hmm. That's all I want.
You mean 550?
500,000, yeah.
Okay.
$550,000.
Okay, that works a little better.
Okay.
Second question to Supervisor Gray's comment. There will be lost opportunity there when you do this sales tax thing, but I think when you can collect as much money as you're doing, that's very worthwhile. Let me ask the question, why don't we do that with every capital project we have?
I am hoping that this will be a pilot program and that we will. There are some requirements that we have to do. The project, if it's a capital project, has to be over $5 million. So if we have some smaller projects, that won't work. However, you can list, and maybe we'll work with Mo every single year. You can put projects together. I had to give them a list of the addresses of the projects, so we could put that together and be able to do that. It's supposed to be bricks and mortar. It's not furniture. It's not stuff like that.
I'm thinking of all the road projects that are done, the bridges and things that are done with whatever money.
We have talked about this in the past, and we've never moved forward. This is the first time that we've actually moved forward. This will be a great pilot project, and then maybe that's what we need to do every year.
I think we ought to put that on our list.
I think it's already on our list. I think it was in the memo. Any other questions for Debbie? All right, thank you. Anyone else wish to come forward? Okay, I'll bring it back to the board for any further questions
Comments you want?
or comments.
Yeah. First of all, I agree on the election officer, absolutely. You got a major election coming up next year, and we need to deal with that. I agree with Supervisor Rotifer on the airports situation. I think Pine Mountain Lake has got to become self-supporting. Otherwise, what's the point in having it? So that's important. I'm a little concerned here about road funding. I believe that in a previous discussion here in the board, we talked about where we were going to go after grants for money, and we encouraged the road department to go after every bit of funding possible. and I know we missed a case recently, which was disappointing to me, and that we did that. So I guess before we do all this, I'd like to hear from the roads department about what we got done on last year's road plan and what we didn't get done, and what happens to that money that we didn't spend if we didn't spend it all, and where we're going.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Director of Transportation, among many other hats. With me is our Deputy CRA Director, Duke York, in charge of roads. As you know, our engineering staff has been coming to your board time and time again with requests for your support to submit applications for grant funding. We have been successful in getting the Highway Safety Improvement Program funds in order to make improvements to Tuolumne Road, Phoenix Lake Road, and the intersection of Parrots Ferry Road in the highway. We have recently come to your board and applied for more HSIP money for guardrails and signage. We have got, I think it's 8 active bridge projects in the works right now, with additional projects approved for federal funding. Much of that is 100% funded. So the first comment about direction to apply for possible funding sources, we have been doing that. Forgot the FLAP applications. We applied for millions of dollars worth of projects, and we, of course, are working on the NDRC program as well, with a long list of road improvement projects, so we'd hope to get some funding through that. The projects that you funded last year, or you approved with the one-time money and also with regional surface transportation dollars, are still in the works. And those 3 projects are Parrots Ferry Road reconstruction, Yankee Hill Road reconstruction, and a small portion of Dodge Ridge Road reconstruction. Those projects, you discussed 2 recently, and we will be bringing all those back before your board either the end of July or early August. And we are looking at some potential funding sources for the additional unanticipated costs for the Parrots Ferry Road projects. So, again, we are working on those. The big project we did last year, of course, was the Whittam-Carn Road reconstruction, and that was completed. So as far as what happens if we don't do any of these projects, if, for example, Parrots Ferry Road, we don't come up with the additional funding, that will be your board's decision as to if we move ahead with that project or one of the others. Believe me, we always spend the money that we do have. So it's not a matter of what happens to the money. We would come back to your board for a reallocation to go ahead and move forward with your high priority project for construction. So that we do have one line item, which is our paving projects. That money is used for matches that we are required to provide for some of our federal and state grants that we do receive. So we do have that fund, and we would, again, hold money in that before it's reallocated by your board.
There was some TCTC funding available. I forget what the term was that we didn't apply for.
Yes, that was regional transportation dollars. You're on TCTC, as you're aware. We did ask for a reallocation of funds that had been previously allocated towards some county projects that had not been utilized. We do not receive money from TCTC as an allocation. We get a reimbursement. So if projects come in under our engineer's estimate, which is a good thing, we don't get the full allocation. So Mr. Grossi advises that we still had approximately a little under $50,000 that was available. So we asked for that to be allocated. You're correct that we did not ask for the approximately $57,000 in RSTP funds this year because the City of Sonora, who had worked with us last year and didn't make a request for the funds that we received 100% of approximately $600,000, needed it to do some projects in the city, which we feel was important. And with our partnership with the city, we did not compete with them this year. You're right about that.
Is that a decision that you ought to be making and the board should be making, or in terms of giving us options? And on that kind of stuff. I'm not going to argue with it at this point because what they're going to spend it on is a good expense. I mean, their roads are in better shape as ours in many cases.
That's right. That's right.
and they serve us well as well. So, but I just think we need to be persistent in going after things. I think the decisions need to be made here rather than in staff.
We can bring those to your board, and we typically, well, in the past, that we have made the request for funding at the staff level. But we can bring that to your board next year. You know, we often don't know in a very long time frame from TCTC as to how much funding they're going to have. We usually know about the middle of May with the deadline for a request very shortly thereafter. So.
Okay, any other questions?
Just a quick comment. I really want to respect the working relationship there, and we have good representation on TCTC, and just recognizing that it benefits both when we can accomplish the projects by one foregoing their percentage. It sounds like if it's in balance, then it's a relationship that at this time is working well.
Thank you.
And the only other thing that I'd add is that I also support the election supervisor position, especially given the pathway that was laid out for us. And want to thank Deb for all of our department heads, I think, are very proactive in looking for revenue where they can. And so thank you for those efforts. Much needed.
Supervisor Royce.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to ask you a question. The park and ride facility, I saw something in there. There's some funds for the Tuolumne Park and Ride project. I know that there was a change with some of the CMAQ funding. What's the status of getting the dollars to actually complete that project?
Yes, Bev Shane, Director of Transportation again. You're correct. The good news is the county is no longer non-attainment for ozone under some of the federal guidelines. The bad news is that means we no longer qualify for what we call the CMAQ program, which is air quality monies for road improvements. So the projects that your board had authorized us to pursue under that program, including the Tuolumne Park and Ride, are no longer going to be funded. The very first phase of the Park and Ride did qualify from the previous that we had already spent on that. But working with TCTC, they have identified funds that they will be able to allocate for the construction of that in the future. So we have worked out with them, and they did make a commitment to do that, at least at their staff level, in order for us to go ahead and continue that project. Otherwise, we would have had to pay back funds.
We don't want to do that.
And we don't want to do that,
but
no.
We do want to get the project done.
Yes,
so
we do.
Thank you.
I think it's good to note that we do have a good relationship with TCTC, and we don't always get what we want, but we get quite a bit.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. Okay, anybody else? Okay, I just want to comment on a couple things. Pine Mountain Lake Airport, for one, because it's near and dear to my heart, and I do believe we ought to try to work a plan that will make it self-sufficient. But I don't want the supervisors to lose sight of the value of that airport from the strategic emergency standpoint, and also from the standpoint of the additional tax base that it does generate for the county over and above what the airport costs. So let's not beat it to death and give it a short life, because it does have I think a long-term value, and we do need to have a better plan in operating it, and that's why we hired Benny, and hopefully we'll get something going there. As far as the change in the staff hiring, adding election supervisor, I don't have any problems with adding election supervisor. I think what's important, though, is that we do it in a way that makes sense with all of our staff additions that we're looking at in the long term. I don't want to pick and choose, because I think that see Jennifer out there. The veterinarian clinic is important. The election supervisor is important. The surveyor, all of those staff positions that we discussed at our retreat, they're all important, and I think that we've developed a process here that we've got a recommended way to do it. They're addressed in the recommended budget, and I believe that the important thing is to do it when we approve the final budget. That's a month away, and I do not believe that a month or so is going to make a big difference, and then everybody is going to get a fair, just hearing and treatment during the final budget hearing, not during the recommended process. So that's my position. In any other public comment? Mr. Roeder.
I'm prepared to make a motion if there's no more public comment.
Okay. Mr. Pedro, got anything else to say?
No, I think we're going to get it in the motion. There's two specific things that I've heard that there's interest in doing something about right now. One is election supervisor. The other is the PML operating transfer. So we need just what direction from the board, what do you want to do?
Okay. I borrowed Steve's book just for a clarification. The $36,000 is going from Pine Mountain Lake to Columbia, not the other way around. Look in the book, it's a plus in Pine Mountain Lake and a minus in Columbia.
Yeah, what it is, we're reducing the transfer of expense from one airport to the other.
Correct.
So it has the same effect.
It's the same. It's a reduction in the transfer. The transfer from Pine Mountain to Columbia is for the support that the staff gives to Pine Mountain Lake. It's paying for their time. Okay.
Correct, but it's...
And we're reducing that from previous years by the same amount that we are reducing the general fund, pretty much the same amount that we're reducing the general fund transfer to Pine Mountain Lake. So basically, Columbia is eating all of the drop in the general fund transfers.
Correct, but the dollar transfer, the $36,000
Yes,
that Supervisor Hanfeld referenced,
understand.
is from Pine Mountain to Columbia,
Yes,
not
so-
the other way around.
So we need to plus that back up to where it was.
Okay.
Okay, got it. Okay.
It's in the, it's
Just a
36,531.
Excuse me, Carl, just a second.
Yeah.
Let Craig finish.
No, that was really it. It's just the direction.
Okay.
Those appear to be the two things we're interested in doing something right now. So whatever the board's direction is, sounds like Debbie's given a path to fund her her position. Maybe you could tap the same source to take care of the restoration of the transfer from the general fund, allowing for the reversal of the inter-fund transfers between the two airports.
Okay.
Okay. Before we go with the motion, the $470,000 that Debbie has mentioned, we are somewhat new money. Our plan on, do we want to address what we would do with that at this time, or do it in the?
Well, there's, again, depends what the board wants to do. What Deb's suggesting is you go ahead and recognize $76,349 of it right now, and that would support the increase in the appropriations there. That would leave, as I'm reading this, a little over $40,000 left that could also be used, and you could go ahead and, for that matter, bring the rest of that in, and we could take 36 and change, for Columbia Airport. I would change all the right transfers, transfer out the general fund to PML, change the intra-fund. That will put more money back into the maintenance line item for Columbia Airport, which I'm sure Benny would appreciate, and then I could put the balance, which would be just shekels, into contingencies.
Okay, so let's get it all done at one time.
Okay. If I can, I will make a motion to approve the budget as presented with the following changes. First of all, let's recognize $123,805 of additional revenue per the auditor controller. And with that money, I would like to plus back up the transfer from PML to Columbia by the amount that it was decreased. And I don't have the math right here, but I'm sure Mr. Pedro knows what that number is. And add funding for 1 quarter in this calendar year and 2 quarters in next calendar year for the auditor controller's requested election supervisor position. You want 4 quarters?
No, it's 3 quarters and 15, 16.
Yeah, okay. I said 2 calendar years. It's 3 quarters in 15, 16. Further, I would like to include in my motion direction to staff to have the airport manager come back as part of the next budget hearing and report on a 2, preferably, if necessary, 3-year plan to get PML to Pine Mountain Lake to self-sufficiency. And I want a commitment until we get there that we're going to continue to support PML out of the general fund and not out of Columbia. And then also no increase. I'd just as soon direction to staff not to come back with any requests for increase to community organization requests over previous years in the final budget. That's my motion. Obviously doing all the other things that you outlined here. I'm sorry.
Can you clarify the last piece?
Yeah, there's where I'm having an issue because.
Okay, then I'll
biggest-
withdraw the last piece.
The biggest problem there is the through the fence issue, and until we resolve the through the fence, I don't think we can have a.
Well, I think that's part of the airport manager's plan, and I just want to see a plan laid out that can get us there. If that is not possible, then he needs to come tell us that. And then we can make a decision on how we proceed from there.
I don't think it needs to be part of the budget motion. I think he's got a clear understanding of what we need to do. I see his head going up and down a lot. Mr. Pedro?
Just a suggestion. I know that it's been a good practice. We've gotten into developing airport business plans, and when we update the next one, do, what Carl's suggesting.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so we've taken that piece out about the airport.
And for clarification also, so the last statement was no new funding for example, the museum.
He didn't say no funding, he said no extra funding.
No addition, no increases over previous years. Okay.
So I would interpret that like the fairgrounds had received
Correct,
75
I understand,
last year.
but
14.
we will consider new requests.
Yeah, I'll withdraw that piece of the motion as well. I don't. You can bring back whatever you want, but you know where it's going.
So the motion is the Pine Mountain Lake and the elections office.
Yeah, the motion is to plus back up the Pine Mountain Lake transfer to Columbia to fully pay for the services that the staff provides and to fund the election supervisor, all of which by recognizing $123,805 per the auditor controller in additional revenues.
Okay, I'll second that.
Okay, Mr. Pedro?
Just a comment. You will have a few extra shekels left, and I can put that into contingencies.
Yeah, where we want.
Where else?
Okay. All right, we're clear on the motion. Do we have a second?
Yeah, Randy seconded.
Randy second. All right. So any more public comment? Last chance. Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? I oppose. And just for clarification, it's just the process I'm opposing.
And for clarification, that included the recommendations 1, 2, and 3.
Yes.
Yes.
Which process?
Well, we should be addressing it in the final budget not in this budget. So, that's where I'm at. Okay. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we will reconvene as the Tuolumne County Power Agency. Okay, would the clerk please read our second 9 o'clock appointment?
And we're back as the Tuolumne Public Power Agency. Consideration of approving the proposed Tuolumne Public Power Agency fiscal year 2015-16 budget.
Good morning.
Hello.
My name is Kathleen Haff, and I'm the Deputy Director for Tuolumne Public Power Agency. And before you is the budget for 15-16. It's another increase in our costs, mainly due to the drought. The drought affects all generation. It specifically has affected the New Melones power generation, but as you probably know, we get our rate from not just Melones, but from all of the hydropower generated in California, but it's all down. So that affects our rate. What I'd like to do is what I did last year, lead you through the series of attachments that go with the memo, and then I will refer back to the memo again at the end. So this year, hopefully you have color. Is that true? You have color on the attachments? Okay, great.
Yes, the only trouble is I don't know how to rotate it, but I'm learning.
Okay. Well, I use attachment A as the tool to get an idea about what our main costs are, which are the power costs themselves. So at the top, under the blue stripe, is the PG&E rate, and with 26 million kilowatt hours projected as last year, we show a total of $728,870 for the year. And strictly for PG&E, that's the transmission cost, the cost of what it costs to bring the power to the individual meters for our members. And just so that you know, our WAPA rate case is pretty much settled. It's all for the administrative paperwork part now. So this is a firm cost here. Then with the WAPA, which is Western Area Power Administration, we have some known costs and some projected costs. So under the yellow stripe, you will notice the actual costs I put in blue, where we have a 1.12% rate from Western Area Power. It's called our first preference rate that will go through October. And then we will start with the projected rate. Now, the projected rate is really high. They are considering, I think, worst case scenario as far as the drought goes. So you'll see that it is a 1.45% rate starting in November and going through the remainder of the year. That is a projected rate. That is the best they can project at this time. They will know better in October what the actual rate is likely to be. It'll still be a projection, but they'll have a better sense of it. But if the worst happens and we don't get the El Nino that the scientists are projecting, it could be that or even worse. We'll find out in the true-up billing that occurs a couple years later. So all of these costs, the actual costs and the true-up costs, comprise the biggest cost we've ever had for power. And it's a little over 4.5 cents per kilowatt hour, as you'll see down there, but it amounts to $1,214,612. Our Cal ISO cost, it's the scheduling of the power, remains the same as last year. That didn't change. So our total total energy cost before any overhead or reimbursable programs is $2,355,036. Our overhead before the reimbursable programs is $160,000. So that gives us our total budget of $2,815,560. That's a big one. Okay, then I'd like to take you to attachment B.
Before you do that,
Sure.
if I read that right, the total cost energy before we do anything to those customers is 9.7 cents?
9.5. Almost, not quite 9.1 cents.
Well, I was looking after you added overhead.
Are you looking at total energy-related costs in the dark orange?
Yeah. Well, no, below that. Yeah, well, hold it. Yeah, look
Oh,
at it.
I see, yes.
Total before energy conservation program.
Yes. Now, this is a rough cut. This is, but it's fairly accurate. I go to the actual true cost budget. Oh, good. Thank you, Sarah.
I like you better. He's saving money.
Okay. Okay. So, did Sarah give you one for every single attachment, or just that first one? Okay. 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 So, any other questions before we go on to attachment B? This is the tool I use, and you will see these colors, these highlighted, like the blue total, the orange for WAPA total, and the purple total for CalISO is brought over to attachment B in the expense portion, the big power cost. You'll see those transferred. So I'd like to draw your attention now to attachment B. This is the draft of the true cost budget, and in it you will note that our actual cost is very close to 9.8 cents per kilowatt hour. It's 9.79, and then some numbers. But so without bringing in any rate stabilization funds, if we were to just charge our members the actual cost, this is what we would charge them, 9.79 cents per kilowatt hour.
What's the PG&E rate?
It's the same. If you go back down to, see the blue, 728,870. It's the same as what was carried over from attachment A.
No, I mean, if they were to buy power outside WPP.
Oh, the commercial rate. It would depend on their size, if they were considered an A1 or A10 commercial, and that can range from 18 to 21 cents per kilowatt hour, unless they get some special dispensation.
Roughly half.
Yeah.
Just put it in perspective.
Yeah. Okay, then we thought it might be helpful to you in attachment C to see a comparison between the budget starting in 2010-11 all the way through this year's budget, 2014-15, and you will see the approved rate in black, and you will see the actual rate in blue, just under the very top part of each column. So in that, you can see that our in 10-11 through 12-13, our actual rate was 6.8 cents per kilowatt hour, and we brought in various rate stabilization monies to make it either 6.2 or 6.5 cents per kilowatt hour. And then in 13-14 is when we started doing the true-ups, and the situation got worse as far as the climate. Any questions about this attachment?
Yeah, one quick question.
Sure.
Does the operation of New Melones with respect to, since most of it does come from New Melones, right?
Most of what?
Most of the power?
No.
We just get the power regardless?
Yes. We don't get power just from New Melones, otherwise we would not be getting any power right now.
But originally that's how this all came about, was New Melones.
I think it's all...
It was a MIDI. It was part of the mitigation when New Maloney's was constructed. This was a benefit back to the community, one of the mitigations, this program.
Intended to come from, okay. Well, then the question's probably moot. Okay, never mind.
Attachment C, you're still on?
Yes.
Okay.
So, any other questions with C? Okay. Then let's go to the attachment D, which is our proposed rate stabilization budget. And in the memo, you probably noticed that we're recommending a 9.3 cent rate, which would mean bringing in $124,215 rate stabilization funds. Okay, and moving on to attachment C, we did a year-end projection this year, and there's a lot of variables to doing a year-end projection.
Just a quick question.
Sure.
Back to the $124,215 rate stabilization fund. What's the risk in bringing that in? I mean, is that likely to happen, or?
Well, if you look at this year's budget, we had a big number.
Yeah.
The 14-15 we're talking about, and we're actually looking like we're going to put money back into the rate stabilization funds. A lot of things can change. As I told you up front, the Western Area Power projected rate that starts in November, it's a guess. And they'll know better in October, but even that is going to be a guess.
Okay, maybe it'd be helpful if you could give us an idea how much we have in the rate stabilization fund right now.
Right. We have $222,208.
Okay.
And if you look at attachment E, where I was going with the year-end budget, originally we had projected to put quite a bit of money in, take it out of rate stabilization funding. Now, if our figures are correct here, we'll be putting a little bit of money into rate stabilization to the tune of $5,554. Okay. It could be a little more. It could be a little less. Yeah. Okay. That's pretty much what I wanted to point out with attachment E. So now I'd like to draw your attention to the last page of the memo. And we've got kind of like a mini spreadsheet there of the operational fund, which is the equity and treasurers pooled of $1,229,607. And then we've got the AB 1890 fund, which is restricted to only energy efficiency projects. That's where we get our energy efficiency program monies from. And then the rate stabilization fund, because we will be adding, we're projecting that it will end up with a balance of $227,762. Any questions there? Okay, so we did hold the annual member meeting on the budget. Unlike the previous couple of years where we had quite a few members represented, member agencies, we only had one agency represented this year, and that was the county schools office. So we went over the budget just like I'm going over it with you, and they mainly came to understand the budget, didn't have any comments to make. So before you is the recommendation to bring in, if we need to, $124,215 from rate stabilization funding to bring the rate down to 9.3 cents per kilowatt hour for this coming fiscal year.
Mr. Pedro.
Just a comment. This is a great economy for all of the local governments get to access this program. It was Randy's question, what would they pay otherwise? So we're doing really good.
Just for reference.
Yeah, no, it's really good, and it's a great benefit to the community. And we were just talking about our budget. Power cost is a huge part of everybody's budget in these local agencies. They're all really tight. I was just looking it up to make sure I was right. To give you an idea, ours has been fluctuating between $500,000 to $600,000 a year in our power bill, if you will. So whether you discount or not discount, it makes a difference. And I believe TUD's is actually the largest consumer.
County is.
county is, but should be
TUD
TUD is
is,
right
yeah.
behind us. Yeah, but it's important to all those different agencies, so that's why we consider it, and we'll just have to see. You know, as Kathleen said, there's all these variables that go into this, trying to figure out what your consumption is, whether you're going to be able to do hydro generation and all that kind of thing. But it's an important component of all these local government agencies' budgets.
Earl?
And obviously, when we take money out of the rate stabilization fund, that gives us less future flexibility to deal with big spikes, right?
Yes, but there is more than balance in that
Yeah, I
fund. So we think we have a good margin if we need it. But you can't do it into perpetuity, that's for sure.
Just a note, though. This is Public Power Agency, and our actual costs are up 18% over last year.
Yes.
That's a pretty outrageous number. We're only going to raise rates if we use the stabilization fund by 16%. That's outrageous when you think about it as an increase. I mean, that impacts the budgets of everybody here. And let me point out to you, the same things happen to you at home.
Yes.
On your rates. No one is controlling the cost of power in this state. It's a problem. But anyway, I think this is well done. I want to thank you for the work. And I'll make a motion to go with staff recommendation to approve the transfer and the new rate structure in the budget.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Public comment. Call for the vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you, Kathleen.
Thank you.
The clerk, please read. Oh, we're going to adjourn the Public Power Agency and then come back to the Board of Supervisors. We're going to read
Number 6.
6.
This is consideration of adopting a resolution authorizing the assessor to use the county website to provide value notices.
Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. Kanan Whitman, Tuolumne County Assessor Recorder. So the assessor's office is asking that your board consider adopting a resolution that would allow the assessor to post value notices to the county's website instead of mailing them. Assessees without internet access would be able to obtain mailed value notices by contacting the assessor's office, and additionally, the information on value notices is repeated on the property tax bill that property owners receive in early October. And we mail approximately 12,000 value notices a year. Allowing us to post these value notices to our website will save us approximately $4,000 to $6,000 a year, and will free up a lot of staff time too to go after other tasks. And so I recommend that this board approve the resolution authorizing the assessor to use the county website to provide value notices pursuant to California Revenue and Taxation Code 621.
Supervisor Hanville.
Yeah, I just, for public,
Go for
how are you going to communicate this? I think it's important that we get this communicated. It's a change that I don't know that it really affects too many people. I don't know how many claims you get or appeals you get, but it's important that we communicate the change in the system because people aren't going to get the little thing in the mail.
Correct. We will. Right now, we are planning on taking out ads in the Union Democrat notifying people of the change.
As you and I've talked, I'm not sure that is all inclusive of the population. I think we need to do more than that, and I encourage you to find a way to do that.
Okay.
At least in the initial phases, till people get used to this, because I think this is an important thing to do. I think freeing up staff time and saving the mailing costs are important efficiencies in a modern electronic era where you can do that. And I think most people go along. There is a finite population that will struggle with this because they are not computer literate or don't own computers or just don't care. So anyway, but I think they could do it at the library, for instance, and different places like that.
And they can also call our office too, and we'll be more than happy to mail them a value notice.
Well, maybe use the library to help communicate. I just think this is important we communicate. So.
Supervisor Royce.
Yeah. First, I just want to compliment you on pursuing this. I think it's a great idea to save money and save on staff time to do more things like you mentioned. So good job. I just had an idea. I think sending out the notices one more time would be good.
Okay.
And while doing that, if you could put a note or something. I know you get the little cards, little postcards. I don't know. It's not like you can slip something in an envelope, but I was thinking if you could actually print something on there to notify people so that everybody that receives it and looks at it and is concerned about it, if it says in the future, following, next year, this is going to be something. Is that something that could be done, or is that going to be difficult based on the way you do it?
The current value notice cards are pretty full as it is. I don't know if there is enough room on them right now to fit that notice on there.
You will be putting it on the tax bill, though.
Yes, all the information is repeated.
So the tax bill is a printed out sheet.
Yes.
So you're going to notify people that way?
Well, no, we won't be notifying them that way, saying that to go online to check, but all the information on the value notice is repeated again on the tax bill.
Okay. Can you add a note onto the tax bill that says, for your value information, go to www. blah, blah.
Unfortunately, I think Shelley has already ordered the tax bills for this coming year.
Could you do it the following year, maybe?
I would have to speak with Shelley to see.
I know you don't have the answers to the questions, but I would just, if you could come up with a way to do that, to include it on something we're already mailing out in the future.
Okay. There's a couple mailings where I think we can add some kind of notice like that to it.
Yeah.
And it may not hit all the taxpayers this year, but throughout the years we'll probably get to them.
Well, and I'm sure if someone's looking for it, they can call, like you said. But
yes.
I might suggest you also, there's some monthly publications that get to a lot of taxpayers, especially in the South County, that would maybe not get the Union Democrat.
Okay.
That would be the Pine Mountain Lake News. Goes to about 3,000 property owners or plus. And then the Foothill Express, and then the Yosemite Highway Herald. Those three publications probably get to about 10,000 people.
With the savings from this, I would be happy to do all those newspapers, and also I'll do some printouts to maybe leave at the libraries or a couple other agencies.
One more thought, and that is homeowners associations, if you just send them a note and tell them that this is what's happening, I think that'll get information up because they usually communicate with their associations. I mean, just trying to get the message out in an effective way, minimize the complaints. I don't know how many you'll have anyway, but this is really a good idea.
No, those are all great ideas, and I'll move forward on all of those this year, other than printing them on the tax bill, just because I don't think we can do that.
Okay. So we have...
I'll move
Just to
on.
clarify, is that for as of today? I just want to make sure that, because this year I'm not planning on sending out value notices unless your board directs me to do so, then I will.
I'd like to move on staff recommendation to approve the attached resolution authorizing the assessor to use the county website to provide value notices pursuant to the California Revenue and Taxation Code 621.
Second.
First and second, any public comment? All those in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Clerk, please read item 7.
Consideration of adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Services Act, Article 14, Section 8630C.
Well, good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office and Office of Emergency Services Coordinator. So unfortunately, there was more than 30 days between the first board meeting of the month and the first board meeting of next month, which requires me to ask your board to renew this proclamation. And then you will see me again on July 7th. So with that, let me just give you a quick update. We did have the Drought Task Force meeting on June 12th. And what we're noticing is we are not having as good as participation as what we would like. And we have made phone calls. I barrage them with emails. So we're going to see if there's any other way that we can entice them to participate. We've already had one water system that we did. There were two water systems. One of them, thankfully, that went down was due to a pump, so we were able to get them fixed. But we had some water delivered to them in the middle of the night. But we do have a small water system up the hill that did go out, and the problem with that is when they're not participating, we're not keeping a good hand on and a pulse on what's happening. So that's why we'd like to get these small water systems into these meetings. These meetings are taking place every single month at the EOC. They're on, and we'll get those posted on the website. But we do continue to do various ways to reach out. The next one will be through the Water Board, Drinking Water Program, and then Rob does any of the water systems that have less than 15 connections. So we're trying to be creative in how we can get them to participate again. I've been told if I offer food, sometimes that helps. But I really want them to take this seriously so that they'll come in. So let me give you a few statistics and then tell you about our most recent concerns. We are now up to 240 homes that have been affected by this drought in one form or other. We have 162 well failures. Now, you recognize that there's a difference between the 162 and the 240 homes, and as your board knows, we have many wells that support more than one home, and that's the reason you see that difference. We've also had 4 springs that have failed. So in relation to these small water systems and these well failures, what we did was we took that map that you guys have seen so often that's updated and provided that to the Drought Task Force so these systems that are showing up can see where those failures are taking place. And then on July 7th, we have something that Larry Bile has created for you. It'll be kind of like you saw the progression of the fire, the rim fire. This will be progression of the failures of the dam. So as he'll be able to take you through 1 week or 2 weeks, and you'll be able to see how they've multiplied into where we are right now. So that's a great thing. Larry took it upon himself to do that, and we're thankful for his expertise in that area. But what some of you may or may not know is that some of these small water systems are businesses. So the Peppery, Gus's Steakhouse, and there's many others, some campgrounds. We really want to get a feel for if they're noticing a difference now in case they start to see some of these businesses. We don't want them to have that impact where all of a sudden they have no water. They won't qualify for the CDAA funding, and right now there's really nothing available for businesses. So we're putting out some feelers out to the Small Business Administration, Cal OES, USDA, anywhere that we can to see what might be available, because I do fear that we will see some impact to these smaller companies that depend upon wells or springs for their water. Randy, did you have a question? Sorry.
Well, I think there's another thing. I was at the Aqua Region 3 meeting yesterday, and one of the things that came out that Calaveras County, Calaveras Water District, CCWD did, I believe they got an assessment of 30% or something like that reduction conservation. They went and appealed that to the state, and the way they appealed it was that roughly half of the homes that are in the areas that they serve are absentee owners that come up for the summer. And so I went, holy cow, I forgot about those people. How are we communicating in our county to the people that are, if you will, summer residents or part-time residents, that they need to, one, conserve, and that they need to be aware that we do have some programs? And are we?
We are.
Have we thought about that?
Absolutely. So each water district, they started it last year. You probably have seen some of those flyers that have Tuolumne County OES, the Miwok Tribe, TUD, Twain Harte. So, and most recently, John Sterling with Groveland has joined into that. So we all pool our monies, and then we go and we do some outreach. That includes little cards even that go in the motel rooms. That goes into some of the rentals where they've given it to those property rental agencies so that they can put them in the houses. And then they also have flyers they're putting into their bills. And then some of them are doing door-to-door knocking and talking to their customers. So there are several of the smaller water customers who are fantastic. Their level of outreach, and like I said, they literally have gone door to door to some of their to all of their customers. and they're putting in those little tent like things in the rentals so that when they come up, or they're putting something in the flyer. So absolutely, we've been doing that, and they continue to do it. And of course, they're not hearing all of this outreach we're doing in the paper and in the radio, so that's why they're doing such as the flyers and even door to door when they come in and visit. So the most pressing concern that we have right now, and I've talked about this before, and the reason I'm bringing it up again now rather than waiting till the 7th is we now have less than 60 days of water for Lake Don Pedro CSD. This is a new event. It was October. What happened was MID issued, there's a minimum pool level that must be maintained in Lake McClure in order before they can pull any water out. That's 115,000 acre feet. When that goes below 115,000 acre feet, then Lake Don Pedro is no longer able to pull water out of that lake.
That's McClure, out of Lake McClure,
Yes,
Lake Don
McClure.
Pedro Association.
Yes, thank you. And so what the estimate and projection is right now is that by mid-August, that minimum lake level will no longer be at 115,000 acre feet. Then they therefore cannot pull water out of there. So it's pretty serious when we have a water system that it has less than 60 days of water. We've not been able to get the funding that we feel we need to get through the different state agencies. And so what I've done now is kick that up, like you've seen me do in the past, to Cal OES, where they work at the state level with the state department heads to get what they need to get done. So we've already, Eric Lamoureux with Cal OES, who is the Inland Region Administrator, is already doing and working on that on our behalf, and will continue to work on that. And in the past, he has been very, very successful once it gets up to his level. So,
Tracy, what can we do as a board to engage? Is there anything helpful?
there absolutely could be. What I'm waiting is by the next board meeting, and I know that's a wait, but I really need to give Eric time to work with his director for Cal OES and work what they have in their resources. If we don't see sufficient movement by then, on July 7th, what I would be doing is seeking some, do we write letters to our state and federal legislators and that type of thing, and asking.
Just don't miss an opportunity to let us engage as well.
Absolutely.
It's my understanding that that FERC is the driving force on limiting the amount of water that they can get, and it's primarily going to be used for fish habitat downstream versus people.
Right.
Is where we're at right now.
So there's two things that we're asking for that I've asked Eric to address. Is the first one is whether or not we get FERC to change, we need to get the money for those wells, and that's really that. Lake McClure is their only source of water, so there are wells that they have found that do have sufficient water to at least supplement what they need. So we're asking for them to first focus on the funding, and then second, work with FERC to get them to at least give us some relief from that minimum pool level through a certain amount of time to allow us to get those wells on board. Where they are located and what they also have a lot of vacant homes right now, and we know that that's going to shoot up for them when the summer months. So, Sherry, did you have a question for me?
Yeah, just going back to the smaller water districts, if you let me know which of those are in my district,
Okay.
because some of those folks I probably know, and I'd be happy to just have a conversation with them
Okay.
and stress the importance of communicating with you.
Absolutely. We'll take a look at each of those. We can divide them up. And then finally, we continue to have other counties call us. I spent time on the phone yesterday, about 30 minutes, with Stanislaus County. They're looking at doing the same plan. Have emails from San Diego County. Merced County came up and visited. So what your board has helped us to put together is being modeled across the state and able to help a lot of other counties. So that's exciting to see. And not only that, but County Council has shared their their contracts and agreements. And we all know it's so much easier when you don't have to recreate the wheel. So the fact that Sarah and her staff spent all that time back in October doing this is helping so many others right now. So it's exciting to see. And we all learn from each other. So that's nice, too, as we continue to talk. We hear what others might be doing. And then, of course, the Well Assistance Committee continues to meet on a weekly basis. And that continues to kind of morph and change as we work through each of there's definitely different circumstances with many of the situations that come across some of those referrals. So, With that being said, do you have
I just want to jump in on the, again, people on wells, we said it and said it and said it. I'm going to say it again. They need to conserve and don't assume those wells are going to keep, producing. It's a growing concern as you watch that map, and maybe in July we can show that, and just see this expansion of wells that are going dry in our community. I'm sure we're getting the most fragile, wells first. But again, there's no replenishment going into the, into the underground water, water tables, right now. It just makes sense. You can't just keep pulling it out and not have, enough water coming in to replenish, recharge. So we really want everybody, whether on an individual well or in a water system, take this seriously and to conserve. Don't assume that well's going to keep producing. That's also prompted, we had a discussion at that last task force meeting about, we really do need to start preparing some contingency plans. I know each of those districts have them in different states, but if it's predictable, I don't know, it's preventable, but at least, it's mitigatable, by having a plan, if this thing continues and then some of these systems start to have problems. And a lot of times we've talked about, well, can we just tie on to one of the existing utilities like a TUD? Well, you can't just keep extending the straws out, infinitum and keep adding people on without having an impact on the rest of that system. And this is something that, we'll start talking more about as part of those contingency plans. We have to do that. And then related to all that is trying to understand in a system like ours, this hard rock, fractured rock system that we have, how long does it actually take for, these wells to recover, for the ground to recharge? And then it's been introduced in some cases, some of the scientists believe, and hydrologists and so forth think that in some cases it won't recharge. And we need to be talking about that. And Cassie, I forgot her last name, was Jahan, with the drinking water program with the state. She's identified a potential resource, someone that's been in this game for a long, long time, to come up and perhaps, make some presentations to educate people, about this, because there's not a lot of really good, expansive, consistent, science on it. But I think that might be helpful in getting the word out to people, why to take this, seriously, particularly the people on, well, everyone, but particularly these people on wells. They're working off of a relatively finite resource right now.
So I wanted to tie on to something that Craig just said. One of the there's many ways that we're looking at working within the system. So what Craig talked about was, as you know, we're adding on these homes. We have 23 we've already connected to Tuolumne Utilities District. We have a small water company with 11 homes we're looking at, probably another 20 on top of that. So we're looking at ways that we can get the most out of the water that TUD has. So we're conserving as much as we can. An example of that, one of the projects that we put forth to the State Water Board Drinking Water Program was for 3 homes along the Apple Colony Way to essentially permanently connect them to TUD so that they can shut off that ditch that runs behind there. That would save 100 acre-feet. Well, that doesn't sound like much. You calculate that one acre-foot's 325,000 gallons of water. Multiply that times 100, we're at almost 33 million gallons of water that won't be flowing down that ditch that stays up in the reservoir to help serve those that we're putting on to the system. So we're looking at ways to increase their capacity in that way. But we're finding actually some resistance from higher up in the state saying, well, that's not drought related. So we're pushing back, and that's one of the things I'm working on actually today, saying, they're telling us in one instance, how are you planning for the future, and then in the next telling you that those aren't drought related. But I want you to know that we're working on ways to increase the capacity of TUD as we're looking at they are definitely taking on more, and they continue to be an amazing partner as we work through drought, because we also purchase our water from TUD for all of these homes that we're delivering water to. So that's why we're looking at other ways we can increase capacity of what they have, so that as we're serving more and bringing more into the system. And with that, I am asking that you would renew this proclamation, and we'll see you on July 7th.
Yeah. First of all, as always, Tracy, thanks for all the good hard work. and everybody that supports you on our staff. I mean, I know it's
Yep.
not just you out there leading the charge, although you are leading the charge. I will move on staff recommendation to renew our resolution on the state of emergency.
Second.
Second.
We have a first, and Supervisor Hanvelt was a second. Any public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Clerk, please read item 8.
Presentation and status report on the National Disaster Resiliency Competition.
Ms. Frank.
Good morning, or almost afternoon. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. I wanted to come before your board today to give you kind of a status update of what we refer to as NDRC, and that is the National Disaster Resiliency Competition. Just as a recap, as you know, last summer President Obama announced a National Disaster Resiliency Competition, and in which the federal government allocated $1 billion towards this competition and invited communities who experienced a devastating event that received a national or federal declaration to compete for funds. And really what he and others were looking for in regards to this grant application was ways for communities to be more resilient. How can they recover from or mitigate from a national disaster? In the fall of 2014, Tuolumne County was contacted by HCD and asked if we would like to participate in this event. The county said yes, and we submitted a initial application to the state. In December of that year, HCD notified us that the state of California had selected Tuolumne County as the only applicant in which they would then proceed and move forward in regards to this application. Since that time, there's been a core National Disaster Resiliency competition team that was put together. It was made up of several state and federal agencies, along with myself representing Tuolumne County. During that first phase, we looked at several different factors and put together and collaborated and looked at several things in regards to the rim fire. Specifically, we were looking at the impacts of the rim fire and what it had done to Tuolumne County, and looked at the targeted area and our unmet needs in regards to the result of the fire. We also spent a lot of time defining resiliency and the type of projects the state would look at pursuing if selected for Phase 2 of this project. We then drafted up an application, and it was sent out for public review and public comment. In March of 2015, we submitted our application to HUD as per request. We are supposed to get notified sometime in June, and we haven't yet. I was hoping by the time the board meeting here today I would have news. We haven't been notified that we've been selected for Phase 2. But the reason I'm before you today and trying to get the process started is once we get that notice, we only have 120 days to then put together the application for Phase 2. And we really want to be thoughtful in what we provide in Phase 2 and be as competitive as possible. And it's going to take every single day that we can. So to this, I handed out, I believe Craig passed them down, is that the core team got together and we put together some documents that I have before you to review. The first one is the project task and timeline, and basically we looked at the next 120 days, assuming that we get notified on June 1st. So everything's going to be, prorated. So the 120 days, as I said before, doesn't start until we get that official notice. But the first thing that the project team wants to do is solicitation for projects. And what we want to do is get out to the state agencies, the federal government, and of course, especially Tuolumne County, and really look at projects that we want to accomplish here and we want to put forward. And so that's going to be done between June 1st and July 10th. And I'll talk a little bit more about that process and what I'm doing for that in a minute. But let me go through the timeline. Then from July 1st to July 24th, the core team is going to review and look at these projects. We have developed a core group of 3 committees to look at the projects and go through them, vet them, see if there's more information that's needed, get them kind of prepared, and start working on getting them sorted out into the 3 focus groups that we have. From July 25th to August 14th, then those strategy focus groups will come together, meet with the community, talk to them about the projects, refine the projects some more, and then we'll start putting together an initial draft application. We will also continue from August 17th to the 21st. We'll get those out to the public in a organized manner and ask for public input again. And then once we get that input, then from August 22nd to October 2nd, the core team will finalize it and wrap all the projects and the the competition application and put all of that together. So that right now is our kind of working draft process of how we're going to proceed once we receive notice and go forward. And I need to preface, this is a work in progress. The core group is getting together for the first time since we submitted the phase 1. We're going to come together next week and really hone in and finalize all this. But I didn't want to wait. Again, we only have 120 days, and it's a lot of work to get done in that time period. So this is kind of what I put together for the state, and the state has blessed it in the direction that they want to take. The second sheet that was handed out to you kind of drills down and looks at the three areas or 3 task or working groups that's going to be formed and put together. So the first one is forestry. So forestry includes a whole group of potential projects and processes and things that will be under their realm for review. So things like thinning, reforestation, fire breaks, trails, rangeland fences and troughs, public heritage sites, public works projects, and culverts. We'll look at things regarding biomass and watershed and hydrology, and look at some of those areas. We'll look at tourism and recreation as it specifically pertains to the forest resiliency and job growth. So those are the areas that will pertain under the forest working group. The chairs for these committees are Helgi Ng and Claire Long. Helgi is from CAL FIRE, and Claire, of course, is from U.S. Forest Service here locally. Those are the chairs, and what one of the things I've been talking about is there'll be a committee that they will put together, and that's where if you know of anybody, or as we do these public meetings, if I hear of anyone that has interest in this area, I need their names and addresses, and we'll get them connected and put them on these committees. The second committee that's out there is infrastructure. This infrastructure is anything to do with public water and sewer projects, road projects, everything that pertains and can tie back to recovery and resiliency from wildfires going forward. We're going to also look at communication infrastructure, both for the public and for first responders. The third group is a public facilities, public service type of structure. They're going to look at anything to deal with education opportunities, career paths, looking at workforce training. We're going to look at emergency preparedness and response, communications and transportations, and looking at it, see what we can do as far as evacuation centers and shelters. And again, for both the infrastructure and the public facilities, the state has asked me to chair those committees, and so I'll be looking for people to put on the committee to help assist as we go forward and look at the projects. The third piece of paper that you have that was handed out is the project information sheet. The project information sheet is similar to, and you'll recognize it, what we do here for community development block grants. You know, we do every year a solicitation or a call for projects. And so this is basically a call for project sheet. Anyone who's interested in submitting a project needs to submit this sheet. It can be found both on the county's website or on the state's NDRC website. It can be filled in online, or you can submit a hard copy. The deadline for submission is July 10th, 2014, but we will be working with people if there's some issues or concerns with that deadline. But we would like to see as many of the projects submitted by that deadline as possible. And basically, we're just looking for basic overall information regarding the project itself. We're looking for who's its sponsor, what's the targeted area, what kind of goals and objectives are you trying to achieve with this project, what money are you looking for from NDRC, and what other monies are you bringing to the table that you're leveraging for this project. The ranking and rating criteria kind of for these sheets are listed at the bottom of the page. We're going to be basing the NDRC core team is going to be looking at and reviewing these based on does it meet the national objective from HUD? Is it within the targeted area? Is it an eligible activity? Does it tie back to the disaster? Does it meet the overall benefit requirements? Does it incorporate resiliency in the project objective? And what is the cost-benefit analysis of this project? Does it make sense? Is it sustainable? So that's, again, out there both on the county website and HCD's website. The last item that was handed out to you was I'm holding an informational meeting tomorrow. I'm going to hold 2 meetings here in the board chambers. So the first meeting's 1 to 3, and the second meeting's 6 to 8. And basically what I plan to do is go over everything in a little more detail for anyone who's interested in participating in NDRC. We are looking for creative projects that are collaborative, that maybe people have thought of or had on the back burner for a couple years, but need some help in getting it going. This letter went out to over 120 people. I took our usual people who attended our NDRC meetings previously this winter and sent it out to them. I've also talked to the radio station and to the Union Democrat, and we've again posted all of the sheets, and everything that I just handed out to you have also been posted on our website. So I'm continue to work forward. As soon as I hear, I will let the Board of Supervisors know as we proceed to Phase 2. HCD won't give us any confirmation that we are chosen or it's looking good, but we've heard from the Rockefeller Foundation, and they've been asking us a lot of questions, and consultants are coming out of the woodwork to see if we would like to hire them to assist us with this. So we're getting some really good feedback about our application, so we'll see where we go from here.
Okay, I do have a question, and it's a category that's not on the list, but it has to do with the rim fire, and it's has to do with personal property loss. I'll throw SBI as an example. The Crook family, where they lost water systems and houses and stuff. Does any of this fit into the public or I guess the private sector as far as being able to recoup losses?
Right. It does, but we're having a really hard time, especially with businesses. They do not want to give the state their business information. So we will continue to try to work that level. I've been working with Larry Cope on that factor. That's something that when we submitted our initial application, that's really something strongly that we held we held very high and wanted to try to assist these businesses. When it came down to it, businesses were really leery about submitting any of their private business information.
Okay, so, but we won't give up on it.
Nope, we're not going
Okay.
to give up on it. Everything is on the table.
Yeah, the only other comment I'd want to add, well, first, Mo's done a great job. She's carrying this, and if she wasn't pushing as hard as she was, we wouldn't be where we are. That being said, reaching out to people in our community is really important. I know that's, asking what can the board do. You guys are connected all over the place, and you can get there faster, and even if you knock on the door or call them again, that's the thing to do. Something I was talking to Supervisor Brennan yesterday. People need to get into this right now and start working on it right now, so they have quality applications. Because if you just wave at it and write a few things down, that's how it's going to be evaluated. So if people are serious about it, they need to get educated, right now, and they need to work diligently and put quality applications together. One, to get through, the screening that goes at this level, but ultimately it'd be heading to Washington, D.C., and we're going to be competing against a lot of other people, and I'm sure they're going to be putting quality applications together. So whoever's going to apply, they need to put quality effort into it if they really want to see a good result.
And I just want to follow on that, and thank you, Mo, because I know that it's through your persistence that we've even really begun this process. But I have had some conversations with people that do want to put in applications, and they recognize the level of detail that they're going to need, and I'm hoping that we're going to emphasize that at this point, if I understood you correctly, that July 10th is not a hard and fast date on when their applications have to be submitted. The 120 days from the award date is hard and fast, but we are going to try and find them some time to pull this together so that they can submit a quality application.
Absolutely. And besides that, offer them help. If they need some help in putting things together, I realize that a lot of people haven't done cost-benefit analysis types of things, and help them with other resources. The other thing I'm hoping is to have, I've heard of some really neat, fascinating ideas out there, but pulling groups together, collaborative, looking at different things and ways that we can finally do something. So I'm going to be pulling a couple of different people together to see if we can work on something. For example, one of the things the state would really like for us, not that we're asking for it, the state is asking, is for an emergency shelter in the county. We can have it. And working with the First Five group and with my hat as the recreation director, can we build a facility in this county that then has multiple uses, multiple purposes besides just an emergency shelter that can offer a lot of opportunities for a lot of different other programs in the meantime? So just thinking things creatively. What do we need in this community to better ourselves, to be able to be more resilient, to be sustainable through an emergency event? And I think there's a lot of opportunities out there.
Okay.
I know we're going to be as helpful as we possibly can, but we cannot write people's proposals for them. There can be some pointers and general assistance, but folks are going to need to write their own proposals. If they don't think they have the ability to do it, then try to find someone who can help them do so.
And I'm not suggesting that, that we would be doing that. Just some of the folks that have reached out, and we're at June 16th today, and so they're looking at, 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
And that's really tight to pull this kind of information together.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Any public comment? This is just an informational item. Thank you for all your hard work. And would the clerk please read item 9?
Consideration of approving an agreement with Pacific Gas and Electric for installation of electrical power to the Law and Justice Center campus.
Ms. Frank.
Hey, Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. As you can see out there, we started construction. Official notice to proceed was sent to F&H Construction on June 10th. With that, we need electrical power to both for temporary and permanent to be installed. We have been working with PG&E for over a year on this project and trying to develop a scope of work and design to bring electrical power up to Old Wards Ferry Road, and then once it reaches our site, it would then be undergrounded. The scope of work includes the following items that are listed on your memo. It's things like power poles, reclosure switches, riser switches, primary cable, a pad mountain transformer, and then cable for service to a meter. The total cost of the project, as I described the scope of work, is $403,762, of which the $13,270 and 15 cents is the setup and installation of just the temporary power. So while we're constructing the juvenile facility, we have power for F&H Construction to do their work. It should be noted that this agreement does not include the work necessary for the sewer lift pump station that TUD just put in for us. And so staff is going to have to come back at a later date for that portion of the project. The budget for this project originally that we've submitted in your recommended budget was $300,000, and the $300,000 was part of the $550,225 estimated in the fiscal year 14-15 Law and Justice Center project. We have the money in the capital budget to do this project. The appropriation for this, the appropriation, as I said, is in the budget. The total amount in that line item right now is $1,040,085. So there's clearly enough room to cover the cost of this. It just means that we'll have less money carried forward for future items in next year's fiscal budget. And so we'll need to come back to your board and review how we're going to handle any additional expenditures for the following year. So with that, I'm here before you to answer any questions you may have and ask that you approve the agreement between the county and PG&E for this scope of work.
Any questions? I just do have one here looking at the contract, and there's a item that says 50% discount option, refundable option. Are those any options that we can look at?
Unfortunately, no, because we're part of TICPA, and we don't qualify for them.
All right. Supervisor Rotifer?
Yeah, just a comment. Great work, always. But I continue to be concerned. It seems like every item that comes to us that's associated with the Law and Justice Center is more than we anticipated that it would be. And I understand that happens. It's a fact of life. But we really, and this is not in any way implying that you're not, okay, but we just really need to keep a tight fiscal handle on what we're doing out there.
Absolutely, and concur, and it's frustrating for both Craig and I as we continue to work on this and we ask for estimates because we'd like to brief you guys as early as possible as far as costs, and as we're looking at projections and looking at putting money into the budget and forecasting things for you. It's been frustrating to us as we continue to get estimates that are more than what's originally given to us.
Mo, it would be, and I don't want to add work to you, so don't go there. But it would be interesting if somehow, as we go through this process, we can capture where we started and where we ended in terms of spending money on the things, because I think it would be instructive to any future efforts that we might go down that would be similar in nature. Mm-hmm. It's just, and I've built a couple of houses, and both of them came in over budget. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast. I get it, but I share your frustration.
Mr. Peter, did you have a comment?
Well, I just wanted to let the board know on this one in particular, that estimate that was in here, was a fairly fresh estimate from PG&E. So when this came back like it was, very disappointing, very disappointing.
Okay, any other board comment?
Yeah, so you're telling us that PG&E lowballed us and then come in higher. Look, I'm very disappointed in PG&E, and PG&E knows that because I've communicated with them on this thing. I think when it comes to future things like the pump, if it's possible to look at a private contractor competition against PG&E for some of these things, I think we got to look at it. This is, from my view, unacceptable performance on PG&E's part. But that's the way it is. We're locked in or delay the project, right?
Right. That's true.
All right. Any public comment? Bring it back to the board. Oh, it's a recommend. There's action. We have to accept the.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to ask the board for their. How long do you think the closed session will take? Longer than 15 minutes? Okay. All right. Do we want to do reports now or adjourn and come back and do the reports after the 1:30 appointment?
Mine will be short.
Okay, well, let's go ahead with reports. County Council.
Reports.
Sure. The last few weeks, we've been working on the Well Assistance Program with ATCA and with the CAO's office. We've been doing a lot of responses to Public Records Act requests, and we have been doing some claims and litigation management. Thank you.
Right, Supervisor Hanvelt.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. First of all, let me say I had the privilege of going last week to my grandson's 8th grade graduation. Now, that's an ordinary thing, but and I would have mentioned it except that my grandson also graduated with academic honors. There were five young people that got this, and that's for a 4.0 or higher grade point average. And so the boy's doing okay.
So he takes after Grandma, right?
Pardon?
Yes.
Hey, he's another nerd. That's okay. Nerds rule. Anyway, I attended the Sustainable Forest Action Coalition meeting in Sacramento on Friday, and the importance of that was they were talking about the inclusion of the socioeconomic analysis required for environmental impacts on Forest Service activities. And I bring that up because I think we've learned, a la rimfire, that the socioeconomic impacts of the devastation are horrendous. And I think that that we need to do more work, if you will, on that side of the equation for our own environmental impact reports. It's an important part of the equation. And then I also kind of reported out a little earlier that I was at the Aqua Region 3 meeting yesterday, dealing with the water crisis and how people are dealing with the state-mandated reductions or conservation goals and targets. And it was very interesting to sit in there and deal with that. There was also some discussion about the recent curtailment of pre-1914 water rights and speculation about what's going to happen, and lawsuits have already been filed, I understand. So it will be interesting to see how that comes out. But we have to stay on top of that. The whole water issue, it's becoming more critical. Thank you.
Okay, on the 10th, I participated in a NACO Environmental and Energy Land Use committee, Policy Committee conference call. The conference call was almost entirely dedicated to the Waters of the U.S. rule. I was mistaken in a previous report. As of on the 10th, the 60-day clock for enforcement had not started. And they are still defining the exemptions list for things like ditches and the like. And that is where NACO has redirected their efforts. NACO's view, I believe, is that the rule is a fait accompli, given that any legislation rescinding it is likely to be vetoed. So they are doing their very best to influence the exemptions list for the benefit of counties, and I think they're on the right track on what they're doing with those in that regard. On the 13th, I was very happy to be a host, one of 5, for the Farms of Tuolumne County Farm Tour. I want to thank everyone that stopped by and walked through my vineyard and took the time to talk to me. Appreciate that. To Supervisor Hanvelt's comment on the pre-1914 water rights, I believe it was down to 1906. There's a strong feeling that there's more to come, and that eventually it could get all the way down to riparian rights. So I echo Supervisor Hanvelt's comment. We really need to keep our eye on the ball on that. And I'm done.
All right, Supervisor Royce, Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, the only thing I'd like to report out on is yesterday we had the Area 12 Agency on Aging joint meeting with the Advisory Council, and there was a lot of discussion and concern about defensible space for our seniors and looking for ways to aid them. There was no solid direction that came out of that conversation, just a recognition that it is a problem, and one of the answers might be good neighbors. And if you have a senior that's next to you that needs some assistance, ask that you reach out and be available. But it needs to be part of our conversation also on if there are any resources that can be used that would help in that effort. One that did come to mind was our sheriff's inmate crew, and maybe some potential conversations can come out of that.
On that same subject, I'll give my report and then I'll let Mr. Pedro talk. At SWIFT last week, we did have a discussion about CAL FIRE grants possibly being available to do that, so we'll have to keep on track of that. And the only other thing I'm going to report is that we had a TCTC meeting here last week, and on, I believe it's July 8th, we're going to have another TCTC meeting, and we're going to be reviewing the dial-a-ride policy. So the policy changes could affect veterans and seniors, and if you have any concerns, please go to TCTC's webpage and take a look at the policy and the possible changes, and come to the meeting or write a letter to state your opinion. It would be very helpful. And with that, Mr. Pedro.
I just thought I'd share some positive news in the area of our fire world as far as just our general ability to respond to fires, and also in part related to that fire insurance work plan that we had talked about. Just some things. We know that the insurance commissioner's office is indeed following up on the calls that we'd received and documented and gave them, so we know that they're going down the list talking to individual citizens. We're not entitled to know from the insurance commissioner's office what has resulted from that, but we do know that they are diligently following up on that. One of the other things on the work plan was that our fire department, the Tuolumne County Fire Department, would appeal our most recent ISO rating. And I'll just say that that our staff spent hours with the ISO area rep earlier this week, and I'll just say that Chief White had some optimism that would bring about a good result, an improvement in our rating, and that would help, of course, anyone within the Tuolumne County fire area. Just some other things that are, of import, if you hadn't noticed it, but the Groveland Community Service District, has chosen to go ahead and pay for an Amador station up on Merrill Road, and that'll be great. Again, adding to the response capabilities throughout the county certainly is going to help the South County, region significantly. And then just something I know that the board's been interested in, how are we doing in our contract that we work with the college on the station out there. And glad to report that Chief White and myself, we'd met with Angela Fairchild, the president of the college, yesterday, and they've confirmed they want to continue that, and there's a provision in the contract. Angela's just going to send me a letter saying they want to continue the relationship, so that will continue. And it's just exciting because there's a bunch of new players that are involved, and there's an absolute commitment to even try to make the program better and just each one recommit and do the best we can to make that program all it could be. So there's some good news.
All right. With that, we'll go ahead and recess and come back at 1:30. Thank you. All right, I'd like to call the Board of Supervisors meeting back to order. Will the clerk please read our 1:30 appointment?
Public hearing to consider Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians Tuolumne Economic Authority Strawberry Music Festival, Inc. special use permit.
Hey, Ms. Shane. Excuse me, Supervisor Royce.
Yeah. Okay, so I am advised by our county council that due to Government Code Section 87-100, because my wife is a tribal member and she receives more than $500 per year, that I have to recuse myself. Correct? Okay. That's it. Thank you.
All right.
I
know. It'll go a lot smoother without him. Ms. Shane.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. In 1982, the Strawberry Music Festival held its inaugural event in Leland Meadows. The following year, in 1983, the festival was moved to Camp Mather off of Evergreen Road. And it was held in that location for the next 30 years until the fall of 2013. As we all recall, the Rim Fire created a catastrophe that affected the event that year, and it had to be canceled due to the evacuations in that particular part of the county. Since that time, the music festival has been held out of county in Nevada County's fairgrounds. The Strawberry Music Festival is based in Tuolumne County. They would like to return to Tuolumne County, and they have identified a site for which they would like to propose to hold their fall festival. That site is commonly referred to as West Side, located at 17807 Tuolumne Road, just outside the community of Tuolumne and next to the Somerville High School. The property is owned by the Tuolumne Band of Miwok Indians and the Tuolumne Economic Development Authority. The Strawberry Music Festival Incorporated is asking for your approval today of a special use permit pursuant to Section 5.12.020 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code that would allow them to conduct an outdoor music festival from September 3rd through September 7th of this year. There would be a main festival stage with additional smaller venues for music and related entertainment. There would also be on-site camping, as they have done for the past 30 years at their events. And that would be able to accommodate both guests and employees of the festival. They are also asking for your support today to waive a provision of Sections 5.12.320 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code that prohibits the consumption of alcoholic beverages on festival premises. As proposed, the festival would allow a maximum of 3,900 ticket holders. In addition, there would be approximately 1,700 people involved as staff, volunteers, vendors, or musicians on the site. As such, there would be a potential of 5,600 people on a site. There would be approximately 100 acres of the total 191-acre west side property. And that property is consists of 3 assessors' parcel numbers, 62-630-22, 62-630-24, and 62-630-20. The property is currently zoned commercial recreational, open space. The site itself has been approved for development of a golf course in conjunction with the Cherry Valley subdivision. Construction of the golf course has commenced as far as grading a few years ago. The property owner suspended work on that project, but they could move ahead in the future if they wish to do so. This is at this point, a one-time event. If you do approve the the special use permit today, and this is a successful event, then the ordinance code provides for an annual renewal of the permit that would not come before your board, but rather would be approved by your board clerk. And that is what Strawberry has been doing, again, for the last 30 years for their events here in Tuolumne County. Upon receipt of the application for this special use permit, we contacted advisory agencies and adjoining property owners. We did receive letters of concern from neighboring property owners. Those concerns were primarily regarding traffic, noise, water being used during the drought, safety, and security. We have addressed those concerns through proposed conditions of approval. The traffic issue is one of the largest. It would primarily occur on Thursday morning, the first day of the festival, when people are arriving and checking into their campsites. The particular site has a very large parking lot at the entrance, and the Strawberry Music Festival has been working with Mr. York in our office on a traffic management plan. And they would be able to accommodate over 100 cars in that parking lot. So that would prevent queuing on Tuolumne Road, which has been a problem in the past at the Camp Mather location with the queuing of cars along Evergreen Road. We feel that that issue has been addressed. Conditions of approval require the approval of a traffic management plan. And Mr. York, in consultation with the festival, has discussed having the CHP help direct traffic the morning of the first day of the festival in order to address any concerns and keep the traffic moving, provide breaks in the traffic so that others, such as the Somerville High School and neighboring property owners, would be able to have ingress and egress into their sites. Noise, of course, is a concern. This is a music festival. They're going to have music. It's going to be able to be heard off-site as well as on-site. However, this type of festival is not a rock concert. The music tends to be more acoustical rather than amplified, although they will certainly have speakers and amplified music. We have addressed a concern expressed by the Somerville High School superintendent about music playing on Thursday evening, which is a school night, and the festival has agreed to cease the amplified music earlier than they will during the rest of the festival, and that would be at 10 p.m. That was satisfactory to the Somerville High School superintendent, Rob Griffith. The water use on the day during the drought has been addressed. TUD will be providing water. There is water to the site, and there will also be bottled water provided by the festival itself. They are required by the county ordinance code to provide water to festival goers free of charge, as well as to have some available for purchase. But because they will be providing bottled water as well as water through TUD, we feel that this would not have an impact on providing water to that community. And finally, safety and security. The Somerville High School superintendent also had concerns about people going off-site from the festival property onto the high school property, and then other concerns about, again, having large numbers of people on the west side property for the 4 days of the festival. as required by the ordinance code and also a condition of approval, is the preparation of a security plan by the festival. There's already been one meeting with the Sheriff's Department concerning this issue, and the Sheriff was satisfied that they would be able to work with the festival promoters in order to have a very safe event. Again, we believe that the issues that have been expressed are addressed in the conditions of approval. And if you have any questions about the project, Deputy CRA Director Duke York and Larry Bile, our GIS coordinator, and in this case, the coordinator of this project, are here to answer your questions.
All right, I'm going to open a public hearing, and before we ask questions of staff, I'd like to get the people that would willing to speak in favor of this project to please come forward.
I'm not sure how the process works. Just go for it?
Just go for it.
My name is Zach Britton, and my ranch is on the back side of the west side. I think it's great that we can get the music back in town. My only concern is that next year that we do a review of the security side. The tribal folks have done a great job at keeping kids from going to hunt on our backside and from having we used to have a lot of drinking parties from behind Somerville High School, and kids were supposed to be studying. We don't have that anymore. We appreciate that. But we do have a concern that for those few days that we may have issues again. We just want to see that reviewed afterwards. That's our only concern.
Okay. Anybody else want to speak in favor? And you're speaking in favor.
Good afternoon. Yes, I speak in favor with some reservations.
Okay.
In general, I think it will be a good thing for Tuolumne County economically. But the biggest concern I have, well, let me first say, my name is Peter Cholito, and our property borders Somerville High School on the west and south side. We're within 500 feet of the property. Our major concern is the traffic. Notwithstanding that it says in the document, overall, between the requirements of the traffic control plan and the short-term nature of the event, traffic issues are not anticipated to be significant. Let me remind you, Tuolumne Road goes over Morris Grade and Buckhorn Grade. If you have any kind of emergency vehicle coming up the hill, fire, sheriff, or ambulance, there is no way for traffic to pull off the shoulder. There's none. So even so, I think that Highway Patrol is quite adequate in directing traffic, especially on the feeder roads like South River Road, Woodham Carn, Morris Road, Arendale, Bluebell East, and Wards Ferry Road. Traffic that comes from the south side that wants to go west or to Sonora has to cross not just the upcoming traffic on Thursday, but they also have to find a pocket for traffic that goes down the hill. So that's going to be a challenge to the Highway Patrol to manage that part. I have tried to talk to Mr. Griffith, superintendent of Somerville High School, but he is on vacation, as I'm told. And my suggestion to him is cancel school on Thursday and Friday and pick up the 2 days later on in December or later in the school year, because traffic on Thursday morning, some of the traffic problems are on Salisbury Road and Tuolumne Road, but also traffic that comes from Tuolumne City and wants to exit into the high school. There's not a long enough pocket for that traffic to wait for an opportunity to make that left-hand turn into the high school. And then on Monday morning, it might be a different problem, mostly going out of town. The other thing that I had thought about is SPI, the logging trucks that are coming down. I would imagine that they look at it from a business standpoint and safety and air quality to just cancel their logging trucks for 2 days, or at least in the morning. But that's up to them. That's just something that I thought about. Also, maybe the organizers could be encouraged in all their correspondence or communications to the festival goers, be extra courteous to those folks who want to get out of their driveway. There's a long line of cars. Now you want to cross that and go on the other side, go the opposite direction. We found we could time it with school days, school traffic coming in, that we either leave the house around 7 or after 8. We can cross that bridge really easily. But with this, I think it's going to be a bigger problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak in favor of the project?
Hi, my name is Jody Barnett, and I'm with Strawberry Music Festivals. And I just wanted to say thank you, everyone, for your attention and for bringing us here to this meeting. I wanted to say thank you to the folks at TITA and Westside and the county and the community. And I really wanted to say thank you to the folks who have put their input, both positive and concerns, in on this permit. A lot of the conditions of the permit are that we work satisfactorily with our neighbors and county officials, and we're looking forward to being very respectful neighbors and working to mitigate those concerns. So we're very happy to hopefully return as a member of the economic and artistic landscape in Tuolumne County, and very much love our community and are very happy to be here. So thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in favor? Anyone wishing to speak against? So we're not going to have neutral because nobody's against it. So that's pretty good. So I'm going to close the public hearing.
You still have neutral comments.
A
You don't
neutral
have rebuttal.
comment? Is there anybody that's neutral, doesn't care either way?
Just putting it out there, it's part of our process.
Okay.
And Mr. Chairman, before you close the hearing, I failed to mention that we did receive an email and letter today from the Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce stating that they enthusiastically support the Strawberry Music Festival at Westside.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll bring it back to the board for questions. Supervisor Hanveld.
First of all, I'm pleased to see Strawberry Music Festival want to come back. I think that's a big boost to us. We missed you. But I am concerned about the concerns mentioned by people. And so I think the concept of having kind of a post-action with the stakeholders and everybody and take a look at what went well and what maybe was a little bit of a problem so it can be fixed for future is a great idea. We ought to do that. And I am concerned about traffic. I'm always concerned about traffic. I mean, all you have to do is see when an accident happens on 108 or 120 and you see when traffic gets filtered all through downtown Sonora, what it does to our situation. So I would suggest we do the same thing. We look at where problems occur and we see if we can adjust it. And there were some good suggestions there. So my reaction is I'm in favor of doing this. I just think we ought to do like suggested. We ought to do an after-action report and see how things work.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing because I failed to do that.
Oh, you didn't do that? Was I in
No,
public?
I tried, but I was interrupted by counsel. And,
well, look, it's okay. She's been out of the country for a while. She doesn't understand.
All right. So I'm closing the public hearing and then bring it back to the board. Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, I'd like to add my enthusiastic welcome to the music festival back into Tuolumne County. I also want to say I hope there's a lot of people out there that are listening in prime time here, because I want to thank the people that have spoken in the public, because those are some of the most constructive comments that we've ever had in a public hearing, and that's what we need. And I echo Supervisor Hanveld's thoughts on doing an after action. I am concerned about the traffic and the parking. Ms. Shane, you said 100 cars is what can be accommodated there?
At least, yes.
Okay, let's say.
Yeah, this is Larry Bile.
Yeah.
I think what she was referring to is 100 cars in the entry queue.
Oh.
Not
okay.
100, it sounded like 100 cars.
Yeah, I was going to
parking.
say, that's like 47 people
There's
per
parking
car.
for
That's a
thousands
pretty-
of cars there.
Okay, okay. I'm glad you clarified that, because I was thinking we're going to have to limit it to like, 47 PAX buses or something. But anyway, again, I think that this is a great event. We have missed you, and I'm all supportive of it, with all the caveats that Supervisor Handbelt mentioned.
Yeah.
Supervisor Brennan.
I echo those comments. Glad to see it coming back, and respect the comments that were made, and actually with the organizers saying that they would be happy to come back and do a follow-up meeting and look at what worked and what didn't, really gets at the few concerns that I had. So excited to see it coming back.
Okay, so with mixed emotions, I would love to see this event up at Camp Mather again. I know it's not going to happen, but I think having a relationship between the tribe and the Strawberry organization is probably going to be a pretty good marriage, and I'm looking forward to a real successful event there. I know that there's always problems with these big events, but the history of the Strawberry Festival in Camp Mather has always been one where if there was a problem, it was addressed and they tried to fix it. And so certainly appreciate that. We know we're going to have something different. Our lives are going to change for a few days if you live out in that area. But hopefully, if you enjoy music, you're going to step right in and buy a ticket and be a part of the party and enjoy. So, with that, yes.
If your board is interested in approving this project, and I can't really tell for sure. But if you are, on the recommendation, on the first one, it's going to be subject to conditions 1 through 37. In the report, it says 1 through 36, but there's actually 37 conditions. So I just wanted to, whoever makes a motion, to please have it be conditions 1 through 37.
Thank you. We need all the direction as we can get. You know that. So I'm done talking, and what will ask for right now is a motion.
Mr. Chairman, since the supervisor from the district is absent without leave.
He's on assignment.
At least absent with excuse. Being the closest, I'll be pleased to make a motion that we approve special use permit CUP 15-004 based upon findings A through F and conditions 1 through 37, and that we waive the requirement of section 5.12.320 pertaining to the consumption of alcohol on the festival site based upon finding A, and that we stipulate that there be an after-action review of the situation and with people so that we can correct anything or improve on anything that goes on. And with that, that's my motion.
I'll second.
Well, first and second, call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposes? Passed 4-0. Thank you. Will the clerk please read our closed session appointment? I'm sure we can find him.
I will read it. Closed session, public employee appointment, Authority Government Code Section 54957B1, Chief Probation Officer.
Expect a report out on that?
Okay, we're going to go into closed session, and we do not expect anything to be reported out of it.
Can you ask for public comment?
I'm sorry?
Public
Ask
comment?
Public comment
Public
on it?
comment? Public comment? Seeing none?
Public's
Thank you.
leaving.
We'll move.
Been in the northern latitudes too long.
I should have waited to put that stuff in my mouth.
I've got a government code section that requires you to say it.